Welcome, guys. Glad you could join us tonight. So, before we get started in the game tonight, we have some quick announcements to get through. So bear with us here. But first and foremost, we have returning tonight our fantastic sponsor and friend, D&D Beyond. Yes. Sam.
As we've previously announced, D&D Beyond is contributing $100 to 826LA for every natural one we roll, and that's a lot. Also, as part of the 826LA charity initiative, now that we're way past our $10,000 tier, D&D Beyond has offered up the discount code 826LA for 25% off the Legendary Bundle. The Legendary Bundle includes all the digital materials available on the D&D Beyond site, so check it out now.
Beyond the server.
And a quick history lesson. I did some research. D&D Beyond, actually, even though it's a popular modern website, it started in the 80s, when D&D started to get popular. It didn't catch on because there was no internet, but they still had the website, and they did an ad push for it, and I found a script from their earliest ad that they put out. It's a little dated, but it's a 1980s ad for D&D Beyond, and me and my friends here are gonna act it out for you. Okay, we fade in. We fade in on a teenager's room. Knock, knock, knock.
Son, turn down that Whitney Houston tape for a second.
Grody to the max, Dad. It's Pet Shop Boys.
Whatever. Did you do your homework?
No, duh. And now I'm gonna watch 21 Jump Street on that brand new TV network, Fox. Richard Grieco is bodacious.
Well, your friend Gail is here to play that game you love.
Punch-Out? Contra? Operation Wolf?
No, the one your Aunt Pam says was invented by Satanists. Dungeons and Dragons!
Hey, Gail! Hey, Gail! Where's the beef?
Eat my shorts, dude!
Gail, are you sure D&D is safe? It scares me like rap music by Public Enemy and LL Cool J and...
Take a chill pill, Dad. D&D is radical. It's as trustworthy as current Democratic presidential nominee Gary Hart.
Wow. He is trustworthy.
And now it's even better with D&D Beyond. With high-speed internet, Wi-Fi, or a smartphone, you can access your stats and more on your iPad or laptop. Have any of those things been invented yet? Gag me with a spoon, Mrs. Henderson.
Righteous! Now I don't even want to go see that brand new movie, The Lost Boys. I just want to play D&D. Cut to Travis.
D&D Beyond, available now exclusively at Sharper Image, Sam Goody, Circuit City, Tower Records, Comp USA, and Crazy Eddie.
Thank you, Sam.
That was amazing.
How on earth did you not put a Growing Pains reference in there?
This is all heavily researched 1987 facts.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you, D&D Beyond.
Wow.
We have another sponsor tonight. We've talked about them a little bit in the past, and we're super excited to bring Pillars of Eternity 2, Deadfire, is also sponsoring our show tonight. Once again, from the Great Pillars of Eternity series, I was in the first one, and all of us are in this one. Comes out very soon. And this one, May 8th, very soon. But this one, it's in the same world, and Aora. It's a really fantastic kind of isometric RPG in the classic style of Baldur's Gate. Graphics are beautiful, music's incredible. You've heard it, the first game's music all through most of Critical Role's run so far. But it's a great story. For those who finished the first game, it deals with the god Aothis, who is now terrorizing this area called the Deadfire. It's very like pirate ships and oceanic island travel, and it's pretty badass. And you get to hear all of us in it. And you also get to customize Vox Machina in it. What? If you haven't heard of it yet.
You didn't know?
No.
And if you play the first game, you can also carry your save from the first game over into the second one and actually have your character and your choices in the first game connect to the new story and make changes to Destiny, which is pretty rad. So check out the new companion voices, go ahead and play the incredible story, and customize some characters to also let Vox Machina and sound like them if you so feel like it. You can check it out and buy it at, was it versusevil.net/critical role.
Yeah.
And just revealed the very dashing portrait of Scanlan Shorthall today.
Indeed.
Sex personified.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's like the combat super tactical. And it's going to be for consoles later this year, but the PC release is right around the corner. So get super excited, guys. It's going to be awesome. And thank you, Pillars 2 and our folks friends at Obsidian. It's one of those days. My brain is melting. Yeah, check it out. Alrighty, Vox Machina Origins #6 comic has been out for a week. If you haven't had a chance to check it out,
It's good.
It's so good.
so
I want more.
I love when you're surprised by your own content. That's my favorite. Yeah.
so that's out if you haven't seen it yet. Highly recommend it. Finish that first arc. We'll have more announcements soon, hopefully. We hit our goal with 826. The charity we've been doing already.
Fast.
We hit 40K, which means I have to do another fireside chat. If we keep pushing here, we'll get to have you guys.
Yeah, you have
Get to do another
It's
fire.
a
I get
joy,
to do it.
Matt.
It's true. It is a joy, actually.
Sans robe this time?
No.
Keep an open mind.
Nothing. No real.
Don't give them
nothing
ideas.
else
Do you want
either.
like sherry or schnapps or what do you
Oh,
want?
no, we're going port again. That was a good night.
Okay.
But yeah, so we have that coming up. We're getting a new stretch goal. If we hit 50K in the next 2 weeks, Marisha will be GMing another Honey Heist game, which I'm super excited about. 'Cause that was a lot of fun.
Bring the bears are back in town. The bears are back in town.
Oh, maybe we can play this time.
Yeah.
Because you guys were out of town last time. It's gonna be perfect. Remember, if you guys help donate to 826, they're a fantastic organization, and our gracious Critter Mark has matched the donation and has offered to match up to 50K now. So if we get 50K, he went up.
No.
So we'll hit 100
too
stuff.
much.
She's amazing.
I know.
Yeah. So if we can get 50K, that's 100K that we as a community have gotten to raise for this fantastic organization. So you guys are amazing and keep being amazing.
But writing for the imagination.
Be sure to check with your employer to see if there's if they offer a charity matching program as well, because it's another cool way that you can go ahead and get double bang for your buck to help out with charity organizations too. So thank you so much, guys, for being awesome. Let's see. Critical Recap, of course, just came out for last week's episode. If you haven't checked it out yet, you should have before this episode started. And if you missed that and you didn't watch last week's episode, you're going to be very confused. But if you have a friend who's behind and wants to just catch up to the live stream, Critical Recap is a great way to get them caught up really quickly so they're not spoiled and they can go back and trudge through the actual episodes in a lengthy format. Talks Machina, of course, is every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific time, where our fantastic host, Brian W. Foster, talks about the previous episode. And next week will be this episode of Critical Role with a few guests from the show to come there and talk about what randomness happened in our brain tonight. So check that out.
Brains.
Podcast of last week's episode is also available where all fine podcasts are available for download. And to remind you, because it's been a few weeks I mentioned it, I will be at OdaFest in Calgary, May 18th to the 20th, so not that far from now, just a few weeks. Be seeing some of you Canadian folks. And I'll be at ACON in Texas, June 7th to the 10th. So looking forward to seeing you guys there. I think, unless there's anything else I missed, that's all the announcements we had in the log.
Gosh, there's a lot going on these days.
I know.
Gosh, oh, jeez.
It's all sorts of crazy. Let me tell you, it's a lot. And on that note, folks, let's go ahead and dive in to tonight's episode of Critical Role. Welcome back, everyone. So, last we left off, the Mighty Nine, after being in proximity to what seemed to be some sort of an assault from Jorhassian operatives in the city of Zadash here in the center of the Empire, they found themselves also caught up in a murder of the High Richter in the city. They pulled away and realized that there was a manhunt for individuals that were seemingly seen in connection to this murder. And as this was transpiring, they had to smuggle out some allies they had found and had been working with Dolan and Horace. Dolan, who part of this whole deal was to get him involved in the local politics, but Horace needed to be smuggled out for safety in case they got caught. So, you made your way to the evening nip, met up with Yasha. Down there you had a conversation with this individual called the Gentleman. You made a deal. You've kind of decided to trust each other on this endeavor and basically do a quid pro quo, a little favor to one, favor for the other, and see if this is a business relationship you would want to develop. In doing so, Horace was smuggled out of the city safely, seemingly.
Keep saying seemingly. He keeps saying that.
I keep saying that because you weren't there to confirm. I don't want to just say that it happened, because the mystery's fun.
Poor bastard.
You were brought down through the tunnels of the underworks towards an underground dock where the river that exited to the northeast towards Barrelben was. You loaded up on boats to make your way towards what seemed to be a recently uncovered but barely explored underground research facility, long buried, where the Gentleman asked you to enter it, see what you found, clear it out if possible, and return. As you made your way down there, assailed by a few of the creatures that existed in that tunnel, you found the exterior of this research facility, broke your way in, began to meander around and discover strange mysteries afoot in its construction, the urns throughout the vicinity, the strange wisps of spiritual energy that came to assault you in the process, bypassing traps, mostly, kind of.
Or not at all.
But completing the mystery of the strange arcane runes in the ceiling and the schools of magic that they seem to connect to, and had found your way into some sort of a secret study or den where there was research tables set up and mostly emptied bookshelf, braziers filled with ash to the side between pillars, two small chambers with these cages with tight knit bars remained containing urns and empty nooses hanging above, these urns seemingly filled with ash. You began to look throughout the room. You found a sword across the upper ceiling, an ornamental blade of some kind. You recovered a book of notes and began to read through to get a feel for the person, the entity that seemed to have written what remained of these pages. And around this time, the wind began to pick up in the center of the chamber as this darkened figure began to rise out of the stonework. This large, tattered cloak of a figure just spreading, whipping around like the sudden wind is just tossing aside sails of a dark ship. You see this semi-skeletal, ghostly face of a material begin to emerge from it, its voice kind of slowly hissing out. My secrets are yours. As you saw small glows begin to emerge from the ash into the urns nearest to the two of you. And that, my friends, is where we last left off.
Oh, fuck.
Well, that's right. We marked our places on the map before we left last time.
We did?
Yeah.
I was very intoxicated.
As this thing emerges here, it doesn't seem to, at the moment, making any sort of aggressive maneuver. What do you do?
Does it have any legs?
Looking, its lower torso, and imagine a figure that is wrapped in 4 or 5 layers of robes, and the robes have been shredded out. So you just see all these whipping around, moving tendrils of cloth and black shadow energy that seem to be just spinning around it in places as its center chin and body is stationary. The bottom half of its body seems to taper into nothingness, just disappearing into the cloth and the ever shifting and whipping material at the base.
Are you Sif?
The head turns over and locks on a Jester. Doesn't answer.
He said he wants to tell us secrets or something. I like secrets.
Secrets are fun.
Yeah. Secrets make friends.
It just kind of glides slowly in your direction.
Give him something. Like information, news, something.
I have a secret for you. Did you know that in Nicodranes, the pastries are made with cinnamon?
Oh boy.
And here, they're not.
Oh boy.
There's a brief moment where the entity's head, much like a young puppy, confused by a rattling sound in the distance, kind of in Jester's direction. A secret fortress. Great. I
Oh God.
need you.
For trade. What does that mean?
All right. No, you know what? I'm gonna have to pull the battle map. Yeah.
Cinnamon was his most hated spice.
That was the safe word.
Secret!
Fucking hate cinnamon.
Cinnamon everywhere.
No!
Oh man.
I just thought I was helping.
You were. You did great.
He's drifted up to that point there.
He's in the
He's super
teleportation
cuddly.
circle.
Look at that.
Actually, even you don't believe.
Alrighty. So,
So cute though.
so as you guys are all preparing here, it begins to, and the whispers begin to slowly spill out of its space. Voices spreading out to, I need Jester, Yasha, and Bo to all make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay.
My clay pot is glowing.
Yes.
I know. Oh God. 9.
15. 14.
14. Both of you succeed, actually.
Oh
All right. All right. So
Tell me
both,
something cool.
both of you guys manage to, like, the secrets begin to penetrate your ears, and you just close off your consciousness, and you put your hands up to close the space, and they don't seem to penetrate your mind. And Bo, however, these words start shooting into your brain, and you feel for a moment just your grasp on reality begin to slip. Suddenly, the world begins to spin, and you feel yourself assaulted from all angles, and you see flashes of ancient warfare, of giant columns of fire crashing from the cosmos, and you spin your staff around retroactively. I need you to make an attack against Yasha, please.
I'm sorry, Boo. Oh, it's not good. That's good. An 11.
What's your armor class?
No, sorry, 10. 10.
I'm pretty sure that doesn't hit you.
14.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you see Bo just suddenly, eyes go wide, swing the staff wide in your direction, and you just kind of deflect it with your blade.
Fuck you, Genghis Khan.
Now I need you all to roll initiative. The first conversation wasn't quite what he was looking for. Sorry.
Dang it, maybe we can still talk.
Hey, I just made us $100.
Conflicted feelings!
This is the start of a great.
Oh no.
11 herbs and spices.
So, 25 to 20.
22.
All right, not at the top.
Not at the top.
20 to 15.
19.
Oh, Yasha!
That's the best thing you've ever
That
rolled.
is the
on.
best yeah, the best initiative we've ever had.
Ever in 3 years.
All right, 15 to 10. Oh boy.
Oh, fuck.
Run away!
All right.
I pissed myself. How about that?
10 to 5.
8.
6.
5.
Okay, 8 for Bo.
Okay.
And
that's 6.
6
Okay, look.
yeah.
6.
Molly. 5.
5 for both of you, Jester and Molly. And
That was hiccup.
yeah.
That was the weirdest, cutest hiccup I've ever heard.
Thank you.
Alrighty. So, at this moment, not. You see this entity as it begins to emanate these whispers into the air on your friends start all of a sudden grasping their faces. You see Bo try and swing at Yasha. Chaos is breaking loose. What are you doing?
I run. I run as fast as I can.
Where are you
I
going?
make a beeline for the opposite corner.
So you leap it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Bonus action dash. Keep going.
Over here?
Yeah, just like it's behind that cage.
Okay.
There's gonna be a thing that comes out there, I think.
Oh well, I'll be first
You'll
to
deal
kill
with
it
it then?
And then action, I will hand crossbow up and hold until I see it make an aggressive action towards one of my acquaintances. We're not quite friends yet.
Okay. Good to know. Alrighty. Yasha, your turn.
Attack him. Are we attacking him?
What do you want to do?
What does Yasha want to do? What is Yasha's instinct?
I feel like we kind of got off on the wrong foot. I don't know if he has feet.
You do not see a foot on his body, no.
Shit, already off. You said my secrets are yours. So did you want to give us a secret?
I've already given you a piece. More.
That's what he did to Bo.
So you're just. What are you doing?
Okay, I'm gonna take out my sword
Okay.
and I'm just gonna attack.
Oh boy.
All right. So
You got it, Yasha. Take him down.
3.
It's one hit.
What's going on at the bottom of his?
That's
what's
a teleportation
What's all this
circle.
action down here?
That's the looks to be a dormant runic circle that has just been lying there. It doesn't appear to be reacting to his presence at all.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe we can activate it.
Yes. Okay. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
He didn't come through the circle.
Shit, I don't like going first.
Make it go away.
Okay. I'm just gonna attack with my sword.
Okay. So you're holding off on rage.
No.
So you're raging.
I'm raging.
Okay.
I would like to rage.
All right. So your bonus action rage, as you angrily kind of grit your teeth and rush up, swinging your sword in the air. Go ahead and make your attack.
18.
18 hits. Roll damage.
Kill that floating dude.
I don't know. Maybe he just flies. Maybe he's got feet and he just his ropes.
Maybe he's tucking.
Yeah.
He could tuck.
What's your rage damage?
What body
10,
part is
right?
he talking?
He's tucking.
Total 10.
All of it.
All right. So 10 total.
Tucking with the rope. It's Friday.
Wait.
Well, it's you rolled 5 plus 3 for your
plus
strength
3.
plus 2 for your rage. So that would be a total of 10.
Yeah, 9, 10. Yeah, 10.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
And with which weapon is this? This is with your.
My moon touch sword.
Which is technically baseline magical. So okay.
Oh.
Baseline magical.
Meaning it's mostly like a very minor magical effect. So as you strike, your blade carves through part of its body, and you watch as some of the cloth tears apart and tries to grasp around the blade as you pull it free from the nearby. It kind of in its face, its eyes click back towards you, and when I say eyes, you now get a look, and it's just these vacant holes in this kind of tightly pulled skin against this skeletal face.
Good. Sounds good.
Black energy seems to be just billowing out of it, almost like smoke is slowly pouring out of the sockets.
Okay.
That's your turn?
Yes.
Moon sword.
Yes, that's my turn.
Alrighty.
Oh, God. I don't know what to
Now,
do with this.
out of the side cages, these glows all begin to emerge as 4 more of these wisp entities you had previously encountered in the other chamber begin to shift through the cages towards the nearest source of life. This one's going to go towards Nott. This one's going to go stay right there with Molly. This one's going to go after Ford, as well as this one there. So, on that note, against Nott, the attack will be. That is a 7. That is a low roll. I do not think that hits you. So as you see it emerge, you kind of freak out as it swings by and ducks into the wall briefly before re-emerging, shifting through the actual stone. Against Molly, another 7. Ha! 2 3s in a row.
Come on.
2 against you, 4. That's better. That's a 20.
Oh, that hit.
So the 2 of them beginning to kind of hit you from both sides. You're not quite sure how to defend. One of them seems to like it's about to sweep at you. You go to deflect it as the other one slaps into the back of your head as you feel this shock energy hit you in the base of the skull. Your eyes go white for a second. You take 11. Oh no, that's right. I rolled the wrong dice for that one. You take 5 points of lightning damage.
Excellent. He takes 10 points
Oh,
of
snap.
ice damage, or frozen damage, or whatever.
Froyo damage.
Froyo damage.
All right. You see the ice crystals kind of coalesce around the outside. Not doing quite as much damage as you would have expected.
Oh, from hitting my frozen porcupine armor?
Yeah.
That's not great.
The other one's going to try and now use that moment to swing at you and rob you a little more life force. That is going to be 12. What is your armor class?
Oh, that misses 15.
Missed it. Whoosh, it just swings past you. And the orbs now are kind of glowing and sparking, preparing for the next round of assault.
This is all the notes from what we learned about Sith Duthar.
The next is going to be the entity in the center.
I think he is a being of fire and ice, so I bet he's immune to fire.
The entity is going to go ahead
Or has
and
resistance.
use its Howling Babble ability.
Oh no.
So
that
every
sounds
creature within
bad.
30 feet of it that can hear it has to make a wisdom saving throw. So that's all of you guys.
Me too?
Can you hear it?
15, 20, 25, 30. You're just out 30 feet outside of it.
When he does this, or when it does this, do I release my arrow?
You would, yes.
Okay, I will release my arrow. Bolt. That's not good. 14?
14 hits.
Okay.
Good.
Natural 20.
What do we get? 3d6, right? One for the hit, and then. Okay. That's. 18 points of damage.
18
but
points
it
of
is
damage.
not a magical weapon.
It is not. So it seems to be less affected by the wound as it strikes through its body. You see it tear through some of the material, and part of the matter kind of the energy disperses at the moment of impact. So it damaged it, but it seems to be something about it being kind of between the planes and its essence is making it not as effectively damageable with
Okay.
regular weaponry.
Oh boy. What save are we making?
That'd be the wisdom save.
Wisdom.
So
17.
17.
Natural 1.
14.
14.
Natural 1.
Wow! Really?
$400. 12. No. Where does that?
25.
We're in so much trouble.
We're in
That's
so
not
much
good.
trouble.
None of that
So-
can be
You guys
good.
are doing fine.
So,
What is that?
Bo,
Away.
Jester, Yasha, and Not. As this like faint energy begins to disperse throughout the chamber, you hear thousands of voices trying to whisper into your ears simultaneously, and they're not making sense. And as they weave, your whole body begins to just go catatonic. Your muscles tense, and you fall to your knee. You're all paralyzed until the end of your next turn.
Oh no, we're left. We're in big trouble, you
And
guys.
it's going to
Who's left?
fly up and back.
Wait, I have a
We're all
question.
losing our minds.
When we're paralyzed, does that mean every attack against us is a critical?
Every melee attack is, if it hits.
Okay.
Oh my god, we're in so much fucking trouble.
So, that ends
not going
its
well.
turn. That brings us to Bo.
Yeah.
So you're paralyzed.
Shake it off. Can you shake it off?
So at the end of your turn, it fades.
What fades?
Can I?
Sorry, not paralyzed, stunned. It's not paralyzed. It's stunned.
Stunned.
That's better.
Correct. So it is not. I had to reach it.
Okay.
So
So
you're
what
stunned.
can I do?
Well, stun means you can't really do anything this turn, but kind of half make a sentence. You're aware of your surroundings, but you can't take actions or move. So at the end of your turn, it wears off.
I'm just gonna get out of. I'm gonna be like
That's way better.
the fire and ice from the book and the lost sword and all that shit. Remember?
That ends Bo's turn.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Caleb, you're up.
Seeing how terrible everything is around me, I stick a quivering hand into my pocket and pull out a little copper wire, and I learned how to do this from Not. I cup it in my hands and I cast message to the thing, and I'm going to text you what I'm. Only it can hear me, and I'm sending it to you.
Digital whispers. Digital whispers.
Okay.
I think we kind of helps this guy.
Don't use text in game in a
While
while.
backing against the wall behind me.
Alrighty. So you back up against the wall there.
Text again.
Thank you.
Alrighty. That ends your turn, Caleb.
I will send Frumpkin skittering down by Yasha's feet.
Yasha.
Alrighty. Jester and Molly. So Jester, you are no longer stunned, but that is your
Okay,
turn.
I'm done.
Molly.
That was scary, you guys.
I'm going to
Let's
try and
go.
break the pot in through the cage. I'm going to take a swipe at the pot through the cage with my sword.
Okay, the cage, because it's the slits are very small, you cannot get your full hand in there. So with the blade there, you might be able to get it. So make an attack roll at disadvantage.
9?
Just misses. You strike the outside of it with the blow, and as you watch the urn kind of.
I'm going to swing around and try and take another shot.
All right, so you pull it out and jab once more towards it.
Stop doing that. We get everyone drunk. Even worse.
Oh, no.
That's a natural 1. So
Well, they're making so much money tonight.
Yep.
Apparently.
It's already $500.
So you're as your blades are getting caught in the cage and trying to pull it out, the large wisp is just kind of slowly pushing towards your body.
I'm going to
Oh no.
run towards. I'm going to take a. I'm in combat with it. It means it gets an attack of opportunity if I run, doesn't it? I'm just going to steady myself and
Okay.
prepare for another attack.
Forward.
Yeah,
Not deal with this.
yeah, can I fucking I'm gonna cast Eldritch Blast into the pot in the bottom of the cage.
Okay. Again, with disadvantage because you're aiming through the smaller space, it actually has cover.
Damn, balls ass.
Or it's largely just a small space you're shooting through.
That's not gonna hit. That's 3 plus 11.
11 does hit.
Oh, does it? Wait, I had that wrong. Hold on. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I added that wrong.
So your spell attack modifier.
Yeah, no, that's only a 9.
Yeah, that doesn't hit, unfortunately. So he's trying to shoot through, manages to hit the bar, and the bar kind of bends back a little bit from the impact of the blast. However, it's not actually hitting the urn on the inside.
Great, cool, awesome. Can I run? Can I use my speed? Are they both in melee range?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'll just stay right where I am then.
All right, Ford. Top of the round again. Not.
Please.
You've managed to shrug off the stun, but that's the end of your turn.
Okay. I'm sorry, I couldn't help.
Yasha, you shrug off the stun, that's the end of your turn. All right.
Okay.
And with that, all the wisps begin to close in once more on their targets. Molly, that is it's a 23.
Damn.
That's the number? Yeah, that hits.
All right, you take 6 points of lightning damage.
Okay.
As it shocks you from the side again. The other one that's striking against you, not. That is going to be a 15 to hit.
16.
16 armor class. You managed to duck out of the way of this one as well. This one's kind of beginning to flicker angrily as it can't seem to grasp and tear any sort of life force from you with a shock. 2 against you, Ford.
Yep.
That is a 10. 6 plus 4.
Misses.
Misses. The other one is a 16.
That hits.
All right. That's 5 points of lightning damage.
10 points of cold damage to that particular wispy bastard.
Alrighty. Which it takes a reduced amount. Alrighty, that ends their turn. And now, we'll see if the Howling Babble... Oh, it does not regenerate that ability. It does not recharge it. So now as the spectral entity begins to kind of fly back towards this side, it's going to shift over in this direction, and we're going to say it's kind of gliding up near this pillar here. So it's about 20 feet up right by where the ceiling is, and it's just kind of glaring down at everybody.
It doesn't make an attack or anything?
Well,
He's about to.
I'm going to go ahead. It's going to go ahead and use. Let's see. Actually, it's not because you're all too far away. So instead, it's going to coast down towards the one that struck at it last turn. That's right there.
Are his robes like floating around him, all cool like a Nazgul?
Kind of like between that and a Deathly Hollow kind of a look, but even more intense, like an epic Deathly Hollow. It's going to go ahead and attempt a maddening touch against you, Yasha.
She's already raging. She's mad.
Yep. So that is 16 to hit.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So you suffer. That's actually a really shitty roll for him. 9 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
That's a shitty roll.
Oh, plus
That's a
3.
shitty roll.
Sorry, 12 points of psychic damage.
That's a less shitty roll.
And then it's going to go ahead and attempt to fly back up into where it was in the ceiling after it makes its strike.
All I'm hearing in my head is Careless Whisper now.
Like picturing him floating around to Careless Whisper.
Oh, you will get an attack opportunity against it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sentinel. That's right, Sentinel feat. Oh, this might fuck it up. So go as it comes down and strikes at you. You feel like this burst of maddening intent just shower into your head, and it sparks your brain with this horrible searing pain. You guys watch as Yasha screams out and begins to withdraw, and with that, she all of a sudden clicks back into reality and swings wide with the sword. Would you roll? 18 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay.
Which means he can't move. The Sentinel feat prevents him from moving.
Speed is 0.
Can I also add Divine Fury on?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Could have done it last round too.
I know.
Forgot.
Shut up.
Plus 5 for your strength and range. Plus 5.
Yeah, with your rage, it's whatever you rolled plus 5. And then plus happy level, so plus 7 technically.
Oh, wow.
11.
Is that the divine thing?
Oh, what's happening in my brain? 13. Plus 7, you said, extra?
Yes.
20.
20 points of
That is divine.
Oh man, that's
Beast.
nasty.
Mode.
As it tries to pull away, you click back into reality and swing wide with your sword. As you do, you cut right through the center of its body out the other end. You watch as the robe splinters open, and you see this like glowing pulse of dark energy in the center. As it has to fight to reform its semi-corporeal form, and it looks like it's hurt pretty bad.
Oh, man. Nice.
Wow.
All right, Yasha, that ends your turn.
I don't know. That was just my attack of
Oh,
opportunity.
that's right. That was an opportunity.
Yeah.
So, sorry, that was the creature's turn. So, Bo, you're up.
Okay, I'm good, right? Yeah. I'm gonna run up, I'm gonna pull out that holy water that I didn't use before. I'm gonna kind of parkour off of Yasha's shoulder and just spike it right at his feet.
Yeah!
Alrighty. Go ahead and roll your range attack. So, d20 plus your.
Okay, that's good. 16.
That hits.
Okay.
So,
okay.
roll 2d6.
I'll make my body all strong.
8.
8.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so it takes 8 points of radiant damage. As it splashes on its form, you watch the flames suddenly begin to ignite across the front of its cloaked exterior. Like these actual holy flames are now licking up the side of it, and they're just kind of burning, and it's.
Can I still have my opportunity attack? No. Or my secondary attack?
It's a ranged attack roll. I'll say sure. Usually you get the bonus on a punch. So you have to move up to do it though.
I did move up. I said I ran up next to Yasha and spiked
Parkoured
it.
off her shoulder.
I parkoured off her shoulders, spiked it.
Sure.
And I
Alright,
want
you
to
call.
do flurry of blows.
All right, so 2 more punch attacks or unarmed.
19 and 15
Both of those
to
hit.
hit. And that is an additional 12 damage.
Whoa, damn.
As you rush off the shoulder, slamming it on the ground, you come up with a punch, then an uppercut from underneath. As your fists impact, it's like punching through a heavy, cold cloth. You feel like almost you're punching nothing as you do, and while you're impacting, you're not sure how much damage it's doing.
That's fair.
All right, that ends your turn, Bo.
That's my
Caleb, you're up.
Would I, from where and I didn't see any difference in it when I did what I did, yeah?
You didn't seem to notice it.
How close could I get to it if I wanted to walk straight at it?
You could get right up to it.
Right up to it? Could I get like right behind? No, I'll get right up to it, yeah.
All right. You can get right there.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to cast Burning Hands, veered away so that it does not touch Yasha. So it has to make a dexterity saving throw.
It's a 15-foot cone, correct?
Yeah.
So you can, from the edge of where you would be there, you can technically, no, it would not quite hit that, but you get to hit the creature.
Yeah, creature is fine.
Alrighty, so it makes a save. That is a 7.
6 halved.
Was that?
Did it make it? It rolled.
It rolled a 7 on its DC,
Oh,
so no, it did not.
so it did not make it. So it takes 11 points.
11, okay.
Yeah.
Have that. The fire doesn't seem to have as much impact. It seems to be largely because of its ghostly form. It's most things it seems to be resistant towards, but it's still taking damage as you're doing this. So now it's being flanked from all of you guys. That ends Caleb's turn. Jester, Molly, you're up.
Pots, people? Pots?
I mean,
Pots?
we should take those out too.
I'm useless on the pots, so I'm actually going to try and make a book for the cloaked guy.
Okay.
And I'm going to be yelling at everyone, hit the pots, hit the bloody pots!
4, 5. You have to get over here to
That's
try and
fine.
get to it. So.
Who has that sword we pulled out?
If you got any...
What?
All right. So first off, the Willow makes a strike at you. Attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
I bet he wants his sword back.
18.
Probably.
That hits.
I'm not gonna give it to
18. So as you rush past, 16 points of lightning damage.
Oh my god, really?
I rolled double 8s on d8s. As the will-o-wisp suddenly, as you try to rush, it actually darts in front of you, and you run towards it, and it actually passes through your entire torso as it does, shocking your lungs and heart. And for a second, your heart just doesn't beat, and then kicks back in.
Oh, no.
Your whole body feels cold, but you keep running. You push past Caleb and get up right next to the creature.
Defib. Need a defib.
Yeah. Pots, people, I'm going to take 2 strikes with the radiant swords.
Go for it.
This is what it's... that's a 15 to hit
15 hits.
and a 8 to hit.
8 does not hit,
So
unfortunately.
that's all right. That's
So the pain's too strong on one strike, and you go wide, but you turn around, and all of a sudden there's a moment of clarity as the pain clicks in. You clench your jaw and swing back, striking true.
Does the radiant damage does it do extra radiant damage?
We'll see.
I mean, because I do an extra bonus radiant damage if it takes it. So
Oh, well, you do the extra the extra 3 anyway because it's undead.
Oh, so yeah, okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11 points of radiant damage.
11 points of radiant damage.
This is a total Goodfellas.
How much is the sword and how much is the radiant?
6 is radiant, 6 is radiant, and then the rest is the sword.
So 5 is.
All right, cool. So it takes less damage from the swords, but the radiant does go through the full. All right, so that's it's looking pretty beat up at this point now. Like between the different attacks you've done, it's starting to like freak out now, and it's trying to figure out how best to deal with its situation. That ends your turn, Molly. Jester, what are you doing?
I'm gonna pull out my symbol of the traveler. I'm gonna say, okay, I hope you're with me right now because I really need your help. And I'm going to try to turn undead.
Okay, from where you're standing, or?
No, I'm gonna jump up behind Frumpkin.
All right, so you dart over to this direction. What's the radius on that? 30 feet?
30 feet.
So that'll catch all 3 of those and the guy. Alrighty, so is it wisdom saves against your spell DC?
Wisdom save, yes.
No, you're in a bad place.
Let's make a wisdom saving throw, yes.
All right, so far end, Will-O-Wisp right there. That would be a 6. No. That one, nope. That one over there is going to attempt as well. Fuck, that's a 9. No. So that one is now also turned. The one over there is just fleeing.
Nice.
That is going to be a 16.
16
It does succeed.
succeeds.
And the main guy, natural 20.
Screw you, main guy.
But these 2 wisps now are, so you see, watch this as you rush up and you pray for a second and hope, this inspiration hits you, and as you clasp the symbol, suddenly the strange little archway on the top of the symbol begins to glow, and there's a large burst of kind of deep blue energy that radiates outward as it strikes, washes over the main creature with no effect. But as it hits the 2 other side will-o-wisps, both of them kind of shiver and begin to slight shift away, looking like they're actually running in fear as fast as they can from Jester in the center. So that's your action.
That's my action, and then for my bonus action, I'm going to cast Sanctuary on who's the lowest? You. On myself.
Oh, I'm so considerate.
Not too bad.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Boy, coming out of her mouth.
I'm trying to be a good healer, but me.
Okay, so you have Sanctuary on you right now.
Yeah.
Jester, ends your turn. Ford, you're up.
Yeah, well, this is a bitch, ain't it? I'm gonna try Eldritch Blast again at the pot through the cage.
Go for it.
Disadvantage, because I got to take one of those out of this picture somehow. Oh, I think that might work. 14.
14 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Outstanding. That is a big. It's a big plus for me. 10 plus 4, 14.
With that, that one pot shatters. The ash just explodes in the small cloud, kind of pushing against the side of the wall behind the cage, and that one wisp next to you kind of just fitters out of existence.
With my bonus action, can I move my hex onto El Shadow figure?
You can.
A disadvantage on wisdom saving throws.
Oh, wisdom ability checks. Not
Wisdom
saving throws.
ability checks, thank you.
So disadvantage on wisdom ability checks.
Yes.
Alrighty. That ends your turn, Ford?
Yes, sir.
Not, you're up.
So there's 4 pots.
Now
Now there's
now
3.
3.
Can I see any of them from
You
where?
can. From inside the cage, you can see one there, and you assume there's one in there because you saw Molly kind of
Oh, yeah, you're right.
going
The
towards it, but
person to shoot them.
All right, I will shoot one of the pots with my hand crossbow.
which you can do without disadvantage because you have your feet.
Yeah, a lot. 22.
Well, you still have disadvantage to try and fire it because it's in the cage.
Oh.
Sorry, I realized it's in the cage.
Okay.
Doesn't he have like crossbow advantage?
But that's for melee stuff. This is just it being covered, and you're kind of like aiming through these tiny holes as you go
So
to
it
fire.
has half cover or something like
Well,
that.
essentially, or yeah.
Got it.
I'd say at this close, it has 3/4 cover.
Okay.
So it's plus 5 to its AC. What'd you roll?
The first roll was 22.
So yeah, it hits. We'll say it hits
Oh,
because you're
okay.
right up against it, kind of the crossbow. You're not having to like aim in with it. You're just
All right.
so roll damage.
And I got 6 points of damage.
6 is enough.
Oh!
The pots aren't very strong. They're just hard to touch.
Yes.
That Will-O-Wisp manages to discorporate next to you.
Shitty sitcom show.
8 is enough. I'll skitter around towards the candelabra over there, and as I go, I'll and fire another shot at the other pot.
Okay, that one you do have disadvantage on, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
As you're farther away from it.
19.
19 still hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Sharpshooter!
And that one's 7 points of damage.
Points. That pot shatters.
No look.
You gonna be all right, Jordan?
It's cool, there's only one wisp actually next to somebody, so thank you.
Yeah.
There you go.
And it was also the only wisp that wasn't affected by the turn undead.
Where did that confetti come from?
That was left over from your welcome party.
Crossbows only go like 10
welcome
feet though.
All right, Yasha, it's your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna attack him again.
Come on.
This'll do it.
Carve this turkey.
Oh.
Ooh,
Yes.
yeah.
19.
That hits. Roll damage.
Okay. Are you gonna do your thing?
You're doing all the things.
All the stuff?
All the
Yeah, all the stuff.
Rage, reckless,
And the
endangerment.
diviney thing.
Okay.
Diviney.
That's the name.
14.
14. As you swing past with the sword and arc upward, you cut through and you watch as now its cloak cannot hold back together. There's now this giant opening where this kind of vacuous, kind of cold heartbeat glow is visible from the inside. And it's currently just kind of, its body's flickering, having a hard time keeping itself even together on this side of reality. Then you turn Yasha.
Yeah, the little interior bit. What is it again? It's just like
Is it like a thing?
You just see kind of like this like dull blue glow that's now visible from where you struck through it. It looks like it's just fallen apart.
Steal his heart! Take his heart!
All right, Yasha, that ends your turn.
Can I punch it? I don't know.
Unfortunately, no, you've already used your action.
Let's try to see what I can do.
That's what a monk does. Just a little flick, right
done.
in the
I'm
tip. All right, that ends Yasha's turn.
Yes.
So now the wisps, at this point, the one wisp that's by you, it's going to go ahead and just shift through the wall onto this side. And it's going to go ahead and make a strike at you. That is a 16 to hit.
That hits.
Alrighty. That is 12 points of lightning damage to you.
That was a big one. Shit. Okay.
As it just shocks through you and you kind of fall to one knee for a moment. And you know what? No, it's going to... Yeah. It's going to go ahead and just shift in that pillar and vanish. You do attack opportunity on it just as it leaves your range.
Disadvantage or just regular?
Just regular.
14.
14 does not hit. You go to strike, and unfortunately, it just makes it into the pillar, and it hits stone and sparks off of it. It does take 1 point of force damage from spending its turn inside the wall. Alrighty. Now it is the entity's turn. It's going to go ahead and attempt. We'll see if its Howling Babble returns. It gets its Howling Babble back.
No.
We're all right here.
Oh man, I forgot that. Well, here, I need all of you to roll a Wisdom saving throw, please.
Does that affect his wisdom ability checks? The hex?
Nope.
Probably not.
Don't fuck me, kill.
You have to make a wisdom saving throw.
18.
Wow.
17.
5.
11. But does his regeneration, is that an ability check?
No, there's no check on it. So, Bo,
Gil's dice is
Wait,
cursed for me, you guys.
not.
Wait, but...
Don't you have to make a wisdom saving throw against my sanctuary?
To attack her.
Well,
Or to
'cause-
attack...
Because you did a
This
harmful
is-
spell against me, right?
Let me go look at the.
Did you give a boop boop beep?
Creature who targets the warded creature with an attack
God.
must first make a wisdom saving throw.
It's not technically targeting the creature. You're just in the radius of what's happening.
Oh, it doesn't. The spell doesn't protect the warded creature from area effects.
Yeah, unfortunately. So what'd you roll?
I didn't roll anything
Okay.
yet.
Well, now you get to roll.
10.
No.
18.
18.
I rolled 4.
Oh.
Oh!
Plus a,
I was trying to see it as a positive thing. Like
Alrighty.
Who's
so,
not? Who's not affected?
first off, all of you guys that failed your saving throw. So,
Oh no.
Bo, Yasha, Jester, and Not, you all suffer 14 points of psychic damage,
whoa.
and you are stunned until the end of your next turn.
Damn, that thing is a bitch.
Jester's unconscious.
I got one more with your name on it. Sweet
3
cheese.
hit points, guys. I got 3 hit points. Yeah, we're gonna do this.
And it's going to attempt to slip into the floor.
I get an attack of opportunity.
You do. You and Caleb both get attack opportunity physically.
Wait, do
so it's
I?
a physical
No,
hit.
do we?
You're stunned.
Fuck!
As it just begins to shift down into the ground.
Waiting,
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
That hits.
Real
That's
big,
20.
real big, real big.
That hits. That's let's see. That's 5 points of normal damage, and 5 points of radiant damage.
How do you want to do that?
I want to swing and I want to pin the heart to the ground and leave the blade there.
Okay.
Yes.
As it tries to shift downward, Molly pulling back from the screams, the kind of strange howling babble that's emanating from its body, you swing wide, spinning the blade in the air and jam down on top of its form. As you do, it and just disperses like an explosion of wind from the center. You watch the cloth of its body suddenly scatter, like someone had just blown a heavy wind into a stack of loose cloth material that all eventually just turns into ash and vanishes. There you see this dull blue glow where the blade is kind of hitting and grinding against the stone before that eventually kind of dissipates into nothingness.
Yeah, go Slayer.
Last pot.
Good job, Molly.
All right. Bo, your stun wears off.
That guy knew way too much, just about everything.
Caleb,
Can I see the last pot from where I am?
make a perception check.
Isn't it not okay? That is
more.
It's a 13.
13. Glancing about in the area, you have torchlight from Yasha, so it dropped on the ground when you came in. So you can see, it looks to be that there's one visible pot that has not been shattered in that cage there.
Okay, well, I will send a little firebolt off and try to strike it. It's a disadvantage, correct?
It is, yes.
So that's very bad. Also very bad.
Oh, buddy.
So that's a 10.
A 10 it just barely misses.
Okay.
You attempt to strike through and it ends up smashing against the iron, like the wrought iron gate on the outside and kind of disperses against it.
Yeah, okay. Well, I will walk over toward it to get closer.
Okay.
As much as I can.
Get right up to it right there if you want to.
Should have done that first, yeah.
Alrighty. That brings us to Jester and Molly.
You're
I'm
out.
unconscious.
I'm gonna run over to you and put a
Oh, don't
healing
waste
potion.
the healing potion on me.
What else are we gonna do? We can't heal.
Anything.
No, they cost.
You hush your mouth.
Yeah.
I have healing packs in my bag.
I don't care. I don't know any of that. So yeah, that's a healing potion.
I have so
I'm gonna go looking for one in 1 second. Healing potion of healing. Yeah, just a standard 2d4 plus 2. So let's.
Just your standard 2d4.
Yeah, just take 6 points. 6 points of heal. You're stabilized.
Just skip those death saves.
Molly,
Back up. Come on. Yep.
this is a bad day, you guys. Today is really hard.
So Jester's now conscious.
I also definitely lost my 2 swords now, so those are off.
Okay.
Lost them?
They're gone forever.
The swords are not glowing anymore.
You stopped there.
Well, I had to feed a healing potion. I had 2 glowing, so I needed
yes,
hands.
needs a grasp, yeah.
So.
All right. So that brings us to Jester's turn as you come to consciousness. These guys are on the same initiative. Bless you.
Was you? Oh,
Oh yeah, so you can do something if you like.
I mean, I guess I could.
Pot.
I guess I'll walk over and try to take out the pot.
All right, so that's half your movement to get up.
Oh, I won't make it,
And
will
then
I?
5, 10, 15. That's as far as you get right there.
That's okay, you're so close.
Can I try to throw something at it?
What do you have to throw?
The sword.
Yeah.
Been throwing that.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything that will fit through that little hole. I could try like picking up a rock on the ground and throwing it at it.
You could make an investigation check to try and find a rock on the ground.
I probably don't see one. If I did, it would take a whole lot of time.
Well, you took your action searching the ground,
3.
and you do not find a rock. You spend the better part of 6 seconds going, what? No, it's a piece of red black cloth. Shit. No actual stone, unfortunately. Sorry, Jester.
No, it's fine. I was trying to do what you asked me.
I'll spin around and try an Eldritch Blast that last pot in the other cage.
Go for it.
Montage. That's a 19.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah, I was gonna.
I just woke up, you guys.
So 7 plus, that's 11 points of damage.
11 points
No,
of
I
damage.
can't.
Yeah.
Nice. With that, that pot shatters, and you watch, or see this flicker in the stone column behind as the energy of the wisp just flares out from the side.
Got him.
Good job.
All right, so not Yasha. You guys do anything?
I'm still stunned.
No, actually, your stun has worn off. Not you do anything. You're stunned as well. Your stun now wears off.
Oh, great.
As you guys finish, kind of making yourself there, kind of shaking off the energy,
I don't like
this
that
cold
feeling.
energy begins to emerge from the far wall.
A cold energy?
Through the bookcase.
What?
Where's the
Oh, no, he's back.
Run, I'm running.
Okay, we run away.
The same entity kind of comes through from like through the bookcase,
But
like
we
it's emerging
have
from
his
something
heart.
behind.
Grab his heart and run from the ground.
There was
It
no heart on the ground.
disappeared.
There was.
No, it like as you struck it and the energy dispersed.
Let's run away
Why don't?
with the sword.
With the sword. We gotta
But
kill
it's
him
like a
with the
two-handed
sword.
weapon. I can't do it.
Yasha can though.
Why you're strong? You can do it.
I can't use two-handed weapons.
As you guys
I-
watch it kind of push out of the wall, kind of making its way there.
Wait, maybe if we just show him the sword,
first
he'll
one-
chill out because he got
Caleb,
separated.
make
from
an
it.
intelligence check,
The sword
and
was a
you make
warning.
make a religion check with advantage because you have
Lost sword.
undead.
Just a straight intelligence?
Straight intelligence.
Straight.
15.
15. Okay.
I don't know.
12.
I was writing
12?
very fast. I don't know.
Okay. You, after reading through the notes and going through the book, you recall that a lot of the magic in here entails binding the soul to the remains of the physical form, as you've seen with all the wisps. And it seems to be a similar return of the entity that you just fought.
Oh, his body's somewhere.
Where's that? Where's that corkscrew thing?
On its turn, it's going to go ahead and attempt. Well, first, let's see if it gets Telling Babble back. It does not. It's a 1. So it's going to try Whispers of Madness again. I need Yasha, Bo. Only Yasha and Bo, actually. Everyone else is spread out. So Yasha and Bo need you both to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Fuck.
What's around?
As the
What could it
whispers
be?
now begin to emanate from its mouth.
It's coming from the bookcase, bro.
That's
Nothing
better.
else was described
Yeah,
here.
but it's
There's no
coming
books
from the
back?
bookcase.
You watched it emerge through the
16?
book. 16?
Did you
Okay.
grab a book?
Or behind
Gotcha.
the
7.
That's
7.
not where it came from.
So Bo,
We have the book that we found in the
No.
research center.
It came out
Bo,
of the circle.
you resist the whispers and you close your eyes, and as you come up to try and make this point out, the next thing you see is just Yasha looking at you and walking down the sword. Make an attack against Bo.
Oh shit.
Do I see this?
You do.
Oh, man.
I'm going to quickly cast before this goes. I'm going.
Troll crabby?
Never mind. Or I don't know.
Well, no, you done it.
All right. I'm going to just cast one level.
Okay,
of-
so your vision, as this happens, all of a sudden goes black. You watch as this dark blood pool at the corners of Yasha's face as you go blind from his blood maledict. So roll disadvantage on the attack. One more time.
Disadvantage would
Yes.
mean it was
The lowest
the
one.
lowest number. Okay, I didn't know if because of 3.
3.
Oh, sorry. 5.
Okay. You do-
6.
So you see it just in time, and you just kind of bat it out of the way. And cling, hits the stone next to you. You do suffer 11 points of psychic damage, however.
Okay, I'm unconscious.
You watch as she swings at you, and the impact as you parry it, Yasha goes down with the blade swing, just onto the ground.
You guys.
But I do have. But because, hold on.
Nope.
Do you have that already?
I feel like I thought I had something.
There's an ability you get at later levels that does something with this scenario.
It's not now.
Don't think you have something for that right now. I could be wrong.
I'm unconscious.
I'll double check just to be
So
safe.
it
but-
says the books of the soul is bound to the flesh, be it in any form, ice or ash. But the ash in the pots was the will-o'-the-wisps.
It said, "From ashes I shall rise again."
Maybe there's something behind the bookcase?
Let's go look.
Blow up the bookcase.
All right, so that ends
Blow up the bookcase.
the creature's
I
turn.
have that book.
Yeah.
And as that happens, it's going to go ahead and lift up and vanish into the ceiling. And you just watch it disappear out of place. It does take force damage for being in the wall. That's actually not a good roll, so that's 6 force damage to it. Alrighty. So for... Let's see here.
Oh man.
Yes, you have the Divine Energy, the Path Zealot, and your Soul's Mark Battle. So yeah, no, the only ability you have now is the Warrior of the Gods. You don't have the other one yet, so
Right.
you're fine.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so that finishes its turn. Bo, you're up. You watch Yasha just slam on the ground unconscious next to you, the blade kind of clattering to the ground and coming to rest. And the creature just kind of lifts up and vanishes into the
I
stone
can't
above
get
you.
a reaction from it as it goes.
It was not close enough to you, unfortunately.
I'm going to run over to this bookcase, and I'm going to put my staff behind it and see if I can knock it over.
Okay, so you go ahead and get the staff on the fulcrum. Go ahead and make this. Make an athletics check.
Oh,
This is just to force it up.
Get it, girl. Get it, girl.
That keeps happening! 6.
A 6. You try and it's starting to rock and rock, but it's heavy. You start pushing. You can't quite get the bookcase to come over, unfortunately. That ends your turn.
I guess so.
Alrighty. Bring us to Caleb.
Jeez. I'm going to start moving towards the middle, towards Yasha.
All right.
I don't have any kind of healer's kit or anything. I don't know how to do anything like that.
It's okay, it's okay. Get the bookcase.
We're gonna die.
If we don't deal with this problem,
I'm going to hold my attack. Firebolt. I'm going to hold. Can I do that? I don't even know because I'm a wizard for the first time. I hold a firebolt.
Well, you can hold it as an action. You're casting the spell, and then whenever something triggers it, you release it.
Yeah, when it appears, I will.
But it's immune to fire.
It's not. We don't know that it's.
It seemed to
immune fire.
take damage, though though lesser
Resistant
when you hit
to
it.
fire.
All right, so
There's
you're holding
nothing
your
else I can do from where I am.
Catch fire to the bookcase.
I don't want to burn the room around us.
Jester Molly.
Catch stone.
Should I try to heal Yasha or should I try to move the bookcase? Because I'm the strong one.
Move the bookcase.
If I set it on fire, someone will still have to pull it anyway. It's not like it's going to disintegrate with fire.
I can use my last spell. I have a second level spell. I'm gonna bonus action use healing word at second level on Yasha to bring her back, and then I'm gonna run over and try to move the bookcase to crash it down.
Okay.
Can I like
So you go ahead and expend your bonus action healing word. Go ahead and roll for that. So it's 2d4 plus your wisdom modifier.
Woo! 6 plus 4. 10.
So you heal 10 hit points. Yasha, you come to consciousness on the ground. Your weapon's about 2 feet from your grasp, but the first thing you do is your eyes shoot open and then shoot to where your weapon is. Natural instinct to defend yourself. It's easily within your grasp. You just gotta get up to grab it.
Can I get all the way over to the book?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You get right to the bookcase.
I'm trying to yank it over.
Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Can I like give her some sort of assistance?
That would be your action to do so. You've already. It's just as you're trying. So the DC is going down as you both are working on it.
16.
16. As you grab and reach around the side with the bow, you pull on the bookcase. And you kind of step back quickly as it slams onto the ground.
Is there anything behind it?
Right behind it, you see there's a small pocket where the stone seems to have crumbled a bit. And it looks like a dark space on the inside.
How small?
Oh, it's about maybe that wide on the wall.
Cask of Amontillado.
What's in there?
I bet his remains are in here. Kill it.
All right, so your turn, Jester?
I don't think I could do
That's all you
anything
got.
else.
Molly.
I'm gonna run over to it and I'm gonna start taking slices at it. I'm gonna stab it with my
All right,
sword.
so as you glance inside, you have dark vision, so you get your view, and both you and Jester kind of glancing inside, you can see there is a small, like 5 foot by 5 foot chamber inside here, where it looks like there are a number of pots and small cases and stuff. It was like a small burial chamber of some kind, and there in the center you see this large urn, about 1.5 feet wide, squat, and sitting in the center with like this kind of looks like a dull gray color. You have no color depth in this darkness, unfortunately, with your dark vision, but it's this like very squat, well-made vase of some kind or urn.
2 shots.
All right, you're swinging. You're having to like put your arm through and kind of swing towards it, so disadvantage on each strike.
All right, first one
The Horcrux.
is 13 to hit.
13 just barely hits.
Disadvantage.
But it's a hardy urn.
It's a party.
See how much damage you deal.
That's 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage. You make impact, and you see a part of it kind of crack from the blow, but it's not enough to shatter it.
I'm doing taking another swing.
All right, so you pull it out and jam the other arm in and try and go for a straight strike with your scimitar.
And that's 17 to hit.
17 hits. Roll damage.
That's 5 points of damage.
5 points of damage. As you reach through, you feel the urn break beneath the blow, and there's this moment of silence as you hear this dully kind of filter out. The entity slowly shifts from the ceiling as you watch it disintegrate. Not vanishing like it did before, but just slowly dissipate. Its form suddenly going from extremely menacing to almost sad as you watch it kind of turn to nothingness.
And poofs out into the donut as a fireball goes.
Oh, smoke ring! That's awesome!
I got it. Did it. I got it.
Wow.
Kind of mushroom cloud in the middle. That was great.
Like Rick Moranis in Ghostbusters 2.
Is there any way to get in there?
Yeah,
I mean, it looks like it's holed up, and the small hole that's in there looks like it partly somebody would try to push through or previously emerged and bricked if they could. So you can't fit through the hole, unfortunately.
I'm gonna start trying to open it up because I want to go in and look for things and break every damn.
Wait, we should heal, you guys.
Yeah, you just take a
Should
short
we maybe
rest.
take a short rest and heal up a little bit?
Just fucking a breather, yeah.
Okay.
Jester, thank you for healing me.
Oh,
I feel
you're
like I
welcome.
did not deserve that, but thank you very
You
much.
deserved it so much. You did so good.
Oh boy, I've already used most of my hit dice. That's crazy.
So you guys take a short rest, take an hour or so as you sit down and kind of recover your breath, take a moment to center yourself, tend to your wounds.
After we rested for a while,
No, that's not what I meant. Yes, I'm sorry.
can I walk over to the little hole and just peek in? I can't fit through that little hole, can I?
You're pretty tiny. Make an acrobatics check.
Right.
This is one of the benefits of being something so small.
Yeah, right?
10.
10? You just managed to pull through. It wasn't a hard...
I'll take off my stuff, give it to Caleb for safekeeping, and just sort of. Do you have any like butter or anything?
Let's see. Let me look at my possessions. I don't think I have any butter.
How about I don't want to get wet.
Got a little bit of oil.
I get,
Oh
I,
yeah, oil.
I get
I'll
to
take
use
some
maximum,
oil.
maximum hit dice because of tough.
Get
right?
some
When
oil
when
on me.
I get to max out my hit. I use all my hit dice when I heal because of tough. Right? There was something I got.
Matt, I'm asking Bo to slather me in oil.
So, grease the goblin action is what you're taking.
Get it in there. Work it in.
No, not for touch. Just gives you additional hit points. There's another feat that does that.
I feel like I got that though for some reason.
You got tough for the additional hit points.
Yeah. Was there something else that I got there?
Look, I mean,
Durable's the one feat that gives you a +1 Constitution when you roll a hit dice. The minimum you gain. Oh, so yeah.
I felt like there was a thing. I'll have to keep reading.
give a little bit of a therapeutic temple rub while I'm at it.
So I'm going to slip and slide my way into the hole.
You take a moment back
Don't die.
and just kind of like run and just dive in and the greased goblin squeezes through the small gap. It scrapes your shoulders and kind of hurts a bit, and you tumble in, which is great because you tumble in and land into the remains of the ash in here, covered in grease, which all sticks to you.
It's the worst.
You just got Ashton feathered, tarred, and what do you call it? Yeah, oiled and ashed.
It's cool, guys. It's fine.
Put on sunscreen and falling on the beach.
I send in 2 globules after her for the whole
The
to
light
light up a
kind
bit.
of emerges in the
To see
chamber.
the antiqued goblin.
So it's a small chamber. It's 5 by 5. Anybody else is going to be pretty, down in there, but you fit in there fairly comfortably. There's the shattered urn and what looks to be a few small pieces of pottery with like intricate gold scrolling. Like they're probably like very, very nice pieces of art or
I'm
decor.
gonna check for traps.
All right, go ahead and make an investigation. check.
1.
Natural?
Yeah. As far
600, 700? Are you counting, Ash?
I am, but
love it.
I might have
really
lost
takes
count.
the edge off.
Yeah, it does.
Never seen so many happy people.
so yeah, best you can tell, the room seems safe.
All right, I'll start. So you said there's a few urns that are fancier than the
Yeah,
other.
there's like 2 large ones that are nowhere near as big as the central urn that's been shattered. But there's 2 in the corner, and looks to be like a few small boxes off to the side.
And what's in the urns?
You glance over the inside, and they're empty. They look to be just pieces of art that may have meant something to the person who previously.
Will they fit through the little hole?
You may have to dig the hole open a little bit.
I
They
can
won't quite fit.
dig it open a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
Nothing quite like a little tube rating.
So it's like, yeah, given a little time, Yasha just basically begins to just peel the stones from the wall around it.
In those boxes, can I check in those?
Yeah. Do you open which one? There's one on each side.
I'll take the right one.
Okay. So you take the right one and you kind of lift the lid, and as you do, you pull it open, and this kind of powder just emerges into your face. Make a Constitution saving throw.
That would be a Constitution save 4.
4. Okay.
Could have checked the
I checked.
No, you checked the room. You
You
didn't check
take
the
9
box.
points of poison damage, and you're poisoned for the next hour.
Oh God!
As this cloud just kind of into your lungs, and you begin coughing, and it kind of burns the inside of your
How
throat.
is it going in there?
It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna cast Mage Hand and open the other one.
There we go.
Sounds like she said,
But it's a 5x5.
It's 5 by 5.
You're in a tiny. Why don't you take it?
Still gonna back up a
Bring
little.
that thing out of there.
I got this. I'm fine.
You sure do.
I'll find treasure. There's nothing else in there other than powder.
No, as you look down into the box, looks like there are sets of gold and silver rings and jewelry that have, looks like whatever jewelry once may have been dressed upon the individual who's interred in that urn that you just scattered. This is where the jewelry was placed.
I'm gonna take all of those things.
Okay.
treasure will be the dead.
Bring the
dead.
art out too.
Sure. As soon as the hole gets bigger.
There's another box.
Yeah, and I'll open the other box with my Magey handy.
Okay. That box opens up, and there's another splash of that same poisonous powder, but you're off to the side. It only gets anyone who's immediately in front of the box.
I did it, guys!
Like Knott's head comes out the hole going. Fresh air.
What's in that box?
That box contains what looks to be a folded raiment of some kind, like a mantle. That's like a ceremonial mantle. It's made of like a dark black and gray cloth with like red embroidered designs on it.
Do I recognize any symbols or anything? No, I don't know.
Make an Arcana check.
Did you find anything yet?
Natural 1.
You're just knocking it out of the park for charity.
They're like, we didn't
You have no
anticipate
idea.
this.
Everyone, I found a piece of clothing, an article of clothing. Here, I'll pass it out to you.
Is it pretty?
It's very pretty. And some art pieces. Some Auger d'art.
Rich people love fancy art.
Art.
The rich people also love art.
Can I look at the art? Do I know the artists?
Well, the
From this guy dead.
from the
thousands of
urn,
years
or the
ago.
giant vases. You mean?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
The art are two large, kind of well-made vases that eventually pull through the space
Oh,
here.
that's not as cool.
And you don't recognize that these were made a long time ago.
Ooh, they're antique.
Could be worth a pretty penny.
Yeah.
What about that cloak?
I put them in the bag. How about that?
Okay, so you have the folded
What did the cloak?
mantle.
What did the mantle look like?
Well, the mantle is like a dark black, like a front chest mantle area with gray stripes kind of on the sides and this kind of red embroidered design that kind of emerges from around the neck, all across the front and back of the mantle.
Does it look familiar?
No.
All right.
I lost my
I was hoping.
Yeah, can I come up and see if it has any like magic feel to it?
I mean, you can make an Arcana check to see if you recognize any elements of it.
Sure.
I'm stowing away the journal in
17. Bless you.
17? Okay. Looking at it, there's you get a closer look and you can see parts of the edges are burned. It looks like the very, very bottom parts of it seem to have been committed to some sort of flame, and kind of just the edges of it are singed a bit. The black color kind of causes it to be lost at a distant view, but close up you can see where it's been damaged. And there's a fold at the front of it, like a small pocket right there.
Weird. Looks like it's been kind of burned a bit. It's got a little compartment in the front.
Like a kangaroo pouch.
I don't know.
Kind of, it's like the side. It's almost like a because the mantle would go down to about there if a person were to wear it, but you kind of put your hand in there. And it's a heavy material.
You want to try it on?
I would prefer to inspect it. Are we going to stay here for a little while?
I want to, while all of this is going on, Bo wants to be going through some of these books that was on this shelf that we knocked
I thought
over.
it was empty.
The shelf is mostly empty.
You should probably look at this sword
There was
too.
that one book on the desk.
If you
Was
like,
there-
you
Yeah,
put
there was-
them
it was
down on
found
the floor
there.
and we can sit together and have a look.
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta look through it.
And what else did you get out of there?
Yeah, you have the urns and the cages. You have the tables over there. You have the two braziers filled with ash on the sides. You have the broken cages back there. Everything that you see there is what's in the chamber. So
Yeah, you
Can
know,
I-
it will go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm gonna kind of do a tour of the urns and see if there's anything jewelry or something hidden in there. I guess.
You mean the ones in the cages?
Also, what I would recommend, if we feel comfortable
Make an
staying here
investigation
for
check.
a moment, is to put all of our findings in the middle of the room and I can ritually see which of these things are magic. Most of them we suspect, but maybe there are some other things. And then I can tell what exactly they are, but I need some time, obviously.
Okay.
That seems like a good idea.
Also, before Not Even got out, the journal, I'm stowing that away for
Okay.
a closer read later.
Totally fine.
21.
21. Okay. So as you go through from cage to cage, the urns just scattered ash. Nothing catches your eye from those two. The nooses you kind of like pull through and tug on, and the rope rots and like breaks in your grasp. You go past the brazier on that side where the ash is, and you kind of poke around with your staff, and something kind of boom, catches your staff underneath the ash. And you kind of prod in there, and as you push it aside, there's an object in the ash that's partially burned. And as you pull it free and kind of dust it off, it's another book. That's like a large portion of the back of it is burnt off, and most of the pages are destroyed on the backhand. But there are a good half of the book appears to be mostly still intact. Like it just didn't, when it got thrown into there to be destroyed, it seems the flame wasn't quite strong enough to consume the entire book.
Can I do a little flip through of it?
Yeah, as you go through, it's filled with strange script and scrolling. Make an Arcana check.
Can I use a key point
You
to
can.
get an advantage? Mark that down really quick. Bam. I'll take that 11 over that 2. 13.
13. You don't understand the nature of any of this, but it seems magical in nature. The script, elements of the designs remind you of the things you saw on the ceiling in the previous room, though not exact. There are similarities to the way the script is drawn.
Cool.
This is one of the ones in the cages, right?
Yeah.
It was in the brazier right there in the center.
Oh.
Easier to burn it.
Hey, Yasha, you feel like knocking the shit out of some of those cages, open them up?
I walk over and just start hitting.
You start bashing and shaking it. You bend and kind of eventually tear through some of the cage and glance through. You guys together begin to inspect the other cages, and honestly, in there, all you find is ash. Most everything in this chamber has been destroyed, intentionally, it seems, either by the previous denizen who lived here that you destroyed, or somebody else who had been in here before. But the only things that you find are what was in that burial chamber in the back, and that mostly burned tome in your hand.
I walk over to Caleb. Hey, Caleb.
Yeah.
Found this.
Oh, would you like to add it to the pile?
Sure. I think it's got stuff for you in it.
I'm not really into smut. That's a bit of a ruse.
It's unfortunate.
I mean, more
actually.
than normal.
Sure.
No, within reason.
Yeah.
Can I walk to the entrance to the tunnel just to keep an eye out while he does his thing?
Sure, make a perception check.
Everything's in the pile, including the stuff in the second chest.
Yeah,
13.
Just to their sword.
Plus 0.
What
13,
stuff
okay.
in the second chest?
What?
Huh? What? Who? Huh?
The stuff in the second chest.
Well, she was in a dark hole, so it's...
I heard 2 traps go off.
Of course, I was just about to get it out here. It's for the whole group. We're a team now, right?
Very considerate of you now.
Anything you take on your own time is yours. We're on the clock.
Of course, I would never
Yes,
try
you
to
would.
steal from the group. I'm
What
just.
is it?
It's a bunch of golden jewels.
Yay!
Hey, you know, this is going to take a while, so why don't we put it all down and I will get to work, okay?
I'm poisoned.
How much you care to drink is on you.
I've got an
There's
herbalism
there's
kit.
like a purple froth at the corner of her mouth. It's kind of
She's
spitting out.
antiques too. She's
Yeah.
You're covered in
Covered in
oil and
ash,
ash.
yeah.
Can I use my herbalism kit to get rid of the poison?
Go ahead and make a medicine check.
Not stealthy
That's
doing
21.
Wow.
Okay, I'll say yes. You reduce the duration of the poison from an hour to about 10 minutes. And so, in the time it takes for you guys to finish up most of this, the poison eventually begins to wear off. You still look a bit worse for wear.
Greener than normal.
How much money did we get?
We're identified.
No coins.
Oh, it's
there were-
just jewels.
It's just jewelry.
Are there any rings?
Yeah, there's probably a good 12 or so rings in there.
Caleb, you should see if the rings are magic.
I am well on my way. I hope I've been doing this for a while. So step 1 is detect magic on the pile. To
All
see
right.
what's what.
So, detect magic on the pile.
Also includes the sword,
Sword,
Yes,
book.
The book.
the
and the vases.
correct. Yeah. The only magical essence you get from that pile is the sword, the large sword that was taken off the wall, and it's not a magical aura from the book that you just pulled from there, but even just your quick glance at the way that it's bound and the construct of it is familiar to you.
Does it also help that I'm still within the... Oh, no, we took a short rest, which is an hour. Okay, good. Okay. Okay. So the sword is the one thing?
The sword is the one thing that's giving off a magical aura.
Okay. Can I pick up this new book and leaf through it and try to see?
It is a partially damaged, but in some ways intact spellbook.
Yeah.
Can I try using the mending cantrip on it? Would that help?
Would
You can certainly try.
Ever so kind, I would be very grateful.
Holding your symbol and concentrating on there, kind of whispering beneath your breath with a big smile, you watch as the pages begin to shift out and form into a full book. The section that's burned is restored to its previous.
Baller.
However, the script isn't there. It doesn't restore any of the writing on the inside of the book, unfortunately.
That's so cool.
So we get to the pages where it was burned. It just kind of the ink ends at that edge,
well,
but.
Hand on top of yours. Thank you very much.
You got like a section to take notes now.
Hey, that's smart.
Or fill in the blanks.
I begin the process of casting Identify on this sword.
All
Oh,
right.
and the mantle. What about the mantle? Was that in the pile?
The mantle is not magical.
Not
It
magic.
looks like it was just an ornamental.
Yeah.
Burial shroud?
Kind of more like a ceremonial shroud. And as you look inside the inside of the pocket, there's a lot of dried blood kind of on the inside of it, and it looks like something was kept in there that at one point was very viscous and covered in crimson.
Necromancers.
So, of the book that you find, these are the remnants of the interior of it, and this is the sword identified for you.
Okay, so this sword, because I know you're all dying to know, is very old. It is a great sword. I mean, would I know the name of it by casting?
It's a
this?
great
As part of the identify spell, you would know what it's called.
This sword is called the Magician's Judge. Excuse me, Magician's Chach.
What?
Oh, that's
Right.
Zemnian
Yes.
Oh, well, no, I'm absorbing, and I will tell you in a moment. I need to make sense of it first.
It's a two-handed then, because
It is a great sword, and what this...
Not a good sword.
It's a
but
great
sword.
It's pretty great. When someone like Yasha hits a Betty with this, you can dispel any kind of magical property that is present.
Oh.
Yeah. Or you can just, without attacking, you can just hold the sword up and do the same. Yeah.
Oh shit,
I
we're
probably
casting
should have
something?
used
It
that.
breaks it?
It's not a counter spell to dispel magic.
This is
And you still have to roll to see if it happens, but essentially,
If they had like a whole person up, it could
So, but you
dispel
could use it
Or
on
no?
not
Yeah, you
people
could.
as well, maybe on objects.
yeah,
Magical
Well,
traps.
anything within the realm of dispel magic, the spell itself.
Big woman, this has your name all over it. So, I
May
think...
I just try and see if...
Yeah, you'll have to pick it up.
Oh,
I can't
yeah.
even lift this thing.
That's how you hold a great sword.
So you see it like the hilt kind of curves at the tip and kind of comes up in an angle like this, almost like a very subtle V shape, with like the scrolling and runes on the edge, and the blade itself is this wide, thick, like gradually coming to a point. Great sword about 5 feet long
That's
from
an
hilt
anime
to edge of
sword.
blade. It's practically an anime sword. And looking at it, and based on what he discovered of the sword itself, it was used in the Age of Arcanum as an executioner's blade to kill mages that were caught by the law and went against the law of the land. So it was used to act, and probably had been used to execute a number of mages in the past.
Oh, it's dark. Is it cursed? Does it feel cursed?
Hello? I don't think so.
And Caleb, as you were recalling the information from the identified sword, you recall the notes that you picked from the book.
Yeah.
When you entered the chamber, spoke of a bounty hunter that had come
Yeah.
for Sif,
Right,
and
and
the
took
trophy
his
that was
legs.
taken.
Took his legs, yeah.
Yep.
That was
With the sword?
That's why he had no feetsies.
So Sif didn't have any feet.
He actually didn't have feet. He
They
lost
had
his
feet, They were
legs.
just somewhere else.
Yeah.
But you get the sense the sword that was in the wall was the trophy taken from that.
Oh, yeah. I assumed
the
that
bounty hunter.
immediately before the thing attacked. Probably Sif's legs are all over you right now.
Oh, no. Oh, gross.
Oh, do you think taking the sword off the wall was what made Sif be able to come back?
I don't know, but it was worth it.
I don't know.
At least we're not dead, you guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have some rings.
All things.
We can put them on now.
No, just,
They're not magic.
Well, I know we share everything, but I feel like the ladies of the group would enjoy them more. So maybe we just take them, the ladies of the group?
I don't mind.
I'm taking a ring. Damn it. How many are there?
12
Well,
rings.
Caleb is just chewing on his finger and looking through
I
the
feel like
book.
I should have. We all get one.
Yes.
I should get one for finding them.
That's fair.
I should get one for sharing them. That was a good deed.
That was not a good deed.
That was
That
a
is
good
literally
deed.
baseline of what's expected.
Extra one for healing you for poison, so
You
that's
get what-
2 for me.
Ford gave up his. I'll take his share. That's 4 for me.
I get Caleb's because he's not saying anything. That's 3 for me.
Bo, you're naturally beautiful, so I'll take yours. That's
Give me a
fine.
damn ring.
How many is that? 7,
I got
8.
4.
I'm taking an extra one for helping you remember that you're supposed to share.
And Yasha, you want that's like 2 rings left for you.
You can put it in your ear.
Or in your nose.
Oh, your nose. Ooh,
Or your
wait, I have a
eyebrow.
nose ring. I'm gonna swap one out. Don't look.
Yeah. There's to be a hole in it for you to be able to do it.
I've got snot and ash all over me.
Yeah, you are a mess right now.
Covered in feet.
Bo kind of leans over Caleb's shoulder. What you reading?
I'm thinking of all the good things that I can do for our new collective.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
What's in it? Who's the publisher? Is that first print? First edition?
It is the Random Old House.
Second edition?
First edition.
First
let me
edition,
tell
that's pretty
you.
good.
This was a good find, everyone.
I recognize a
Scratching
few of
shit
those. I
Okay.
recognize a few of those symbols.
Yeah, what do they mean?
Just, magic shit.
You are correct.
Picture of it.
Yeah.
He's redacting his own card.
What is he writing?
He fucking.
By the way, side note, everyone, out of game, Laura has been taking our inventory and keeping it. Lost the page with all of
No, I didn't lose the page. I lost the whole spiral. So
We
that's
have
what
no
I'm
idea
going
what we
with
have
right
as a
now.
party anymore.
The idiot Goliath kept it for 5 years.
Yeah, well, things moved for some reason.
Terrible role play. Terrible role play.
Sure it's not on the table?
Anybody see a little? It's like light.
You're looking for it right now?
Yeah, because I need it.
Light blue?
Well, while she's looking for that, what are you guys doing?
Anything else in the hallway moving?
You don't see anything else moving now.
What? Oh, the gentleman just wanted us to kill shit, right?
Yeah, just
and,
clear it out.
And he wanted us to. Did you find it?
She found it.
Did he want us to? He wanted us to bring back.
Oh, yeah.
Did he want us to bring back something?
Just clear it out, if I recall.
Maybe
Clear it out.
No, there was something.
He said clear it out.
get evidence of something.
Evidence of magic? Evidence of.
So pretty much find out the nature of the place,
It was ancient
clear it
research.
out, bring back what you find, and he may let you keep some of the spoils.
You may let us keep some of this spoils.
I thought
so
he
these
said he
rings
wanted
are
us to bring like the expensive good shit, but we could keep like whatever else.
Yeah, essentially.
You know, we could give him some of those rings.
Maybe some of the art
Yeah, definitely they are.
The art.
Yeah, the vases.
and the vases. Yeah.
I bet they're worth a lot of money, though.
So it
We
was
could give
just-
him the.
Rich
the-
people love old things.
They love old things. And if we say it belonged to a dead person, they love it even more.
Plus, if you give him all the rings, he might give us a job with more fancy stuff next time.
Is it just rings, Matt, or were there other things in there?
There were like necklaces.
No, there were rings. There's like a couple of loose bracelets. It was basically a collection of ornamental jewelry.
Yeah, you know, if we skimp, he's going to think we're bigger assholes
Let's,
than we
let's
actually
keep it
are.
all together then for now. Except for
we
the
can
books.
each take a ring.
We'll each take a ring.
One ring.
We'll each take one ring.
Mine rules them all, though.
Gotta do business.
You take my ring.
No, you don't have to. All right.
don't
I
like
know.
rings.
Well, I already took his ring. So technically,
Technically.
here.
Well, you can have Ford's ring. Ford doesn't want one, right?
Give her a ring, Ford.
I have two
I have
rings
two
now
rings also.
still.
And then maybe we can give him that research notebook we found. You keep the spell book, we give him the research notebook. We already know what was in it.
I mean,
hide the sword, though?
I gave it a cursory glance. I skimmed it.
Well, if you
I would
read it on the way back, you'll remember it forever.
That's a good point.
true.
That's a good point.
What about
Yeah.
the sword?
I say we keep
No,
the sword.
we keep that sword.
I mean,
This one with that sword.
I like it.
Plus, I mean, it's
But,
no.
you know, we can. I don't know.
no
I mean, he
secret.
probably can't even hold a great sword.
It's pretty obvious. You're gonna have to hide it if we walk back in there. It's gonna have to go in that.
We can
You
put
know.
it in the haversack, can't we?
Do you see it?
It's a little bit of the haversack.
Yeah. I thought that thing was like Mary Poppins' satchel. It doesn't
Not
go
quite
down in.
so much. It's only 8 cubic feet.
Why don't you give me just while we talk to the gentleman, while we navigate that, I could carry the the thingy
Do we all have to go inside to talk to him?
to make room for
No, I
it.
don't think we do.
Do we have to go back out through the river to get out of here?
Yeah.
Is it in a lead box?
We didn't see any other exits, right?
Carry the lead box
No.
while the sword is in there. He does
The only way out that you know of is the same way you came
We
in.
found the box.
Which is weird because it was all caved in.
Okay.
Which means, I mean, we're gonna have to pass right back through the gentleman's place. He won't.
But wasn't
It's not
there
like we're
another
gonna be able to
way
hide.
to go.
Can you mend the transportation circle?
I don't think it works quite like that. It has to be kind of like a broken thing.
Yes, and this sort of thing takes a lot of work from very specialized people.
I wonder where it goes.
You could mend the big urn that held the ashes of the lichy thing, and we could take that urn back and give it to.
As long as there were no ashes in it.
They're all on me.
I will say, unfortunately, the urn that was destroyed that contained what appears to have been Sif's remains is a bit large for the mend spell. Because it can only mend like a foot by foot space. And the urn was it's like a big old thing.
Clarification:
Yes.
when Caleb did detect magic, did the circle in the center of the room glow at all, or is
Nope.
it's dead?
It has been, and you see it's been scarred intentionally from the inside. Like possibly whatever flurry of intent that Sif had to burn the book, destroy everything, burn everything from the inside, also was to destroy the circle and allow nothing else to come through. You get the sense the final moments in this chamber were probably very paranoid.
Hey, what do we remember about the crawling king? Do you know anything? Do you know anything?
That'd be a religion check.
I will make a religion check.
I will too, but I'm not going to count. Advantage or no?
For you, no.
15 for Caleb.
No, that's a 1.
Should have counted the book.
Oh, it wasn't an herbalism kit. I'm stupid. It wasn't an herbalism kit that could heal the poison. It was medicinal herbs. That's what I had in my inventory that I remember.
Oh.
But
you,
it's
you
the
rolled
same.
pretty well.
Okay.
Same difference.
Okay. Alright.
We'll say it would have lasted a little longer, but you still managed to outlast the poison. There was no threat at that moment, so. All right, so what'd you roll?
Oh, 15.
15 religion? Anybody else? No?
I rolled it, but
What'd you roll?
a 20.
A 20?
So you rolled a 1?
Just a 20.
1.
You rolled a 1, another 1.
I'm not really a
There you go.
religion person.
The Crawling King is known as what you can recall with a 20 strangely. And the information comes to you esoterically. You're not entirely certain where the inspiration for this knowledge comes from, but you just have these images of one of the betrayer gods in history. You've heard like stories or something that just kind of inspires you to remember something inhuman and larva-like, a monstrous, terrible worm crawling through the deepest tunnels of the world. Now locked away, post-calamity, with all the rest of the betrayer gods.
Why do you have such a queer look on your face?
Well, I just feel like I remember something about like a real larva-looking worm, huge fucking thing,
A screaming human face at the
screaming
front.
human face in the front.
For the crawling king you're talking about?
I definitely start drawing that in my notes.
Locked away after the calamity, but real nasty.
Do you have a lot of knowledge for the gods and religions of the world?
Not really. It's more like I remember from a dream or something. Kind of hard to remember if it happened to me or not.
So the the awe-inspiring one with the faces from a dream you had?
Was it the saltwater dream?
No, I don't think so. Could be.
You need to work on vivid dreams. You can control yourself
lucid
in
dreaming.
lucid dreaming. Yeah.
How do you do that?
I don't know. You think it's
smart.
crystals
You
or
can,
something?
and you can keep a dream journal.
Ooh,
That's
yeah.
a good way to do it.
When you wake up,
Yeah.
you write. You just write.
Write it down immediately what you remember.
I would
It
like
really
to do
helps.
an insight check on Ford while he tells us that story. Pretty good. 20.
Best you can tell, he's telling the truth.
As per usual.
Well, I kind of think this information about the teleportation-y circle situation could be useful leverage if he wants to try and take that sword off of your back.
I could also, I feel like rich people like candlesticks, so I could take the candlesticks with us.
I mean, yeah, what are they made of? Can we tell what kind of metal those candlesticks are made of?
Well, nothing I could tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look like they're made out of nice metal. They're not made out of platinum or anything, but they're fine candle. Could be a silver-like material. It's
They're antique, for decoration.
Fuck yeah, man, melt that down.
Maybe I probably want those instead of the sword.
Yeah, totally. That's
I
Make an
say
intelligence check.
we keep this teleportation a secret, unless he tries to start bargaining for shit, and then
Natural
we're
one.
like,
Another natural one.
"Yes, there's a teleportation circle.
You have a
We
hard
told
time.
you that. You give us the sword."
Yeah. Yeah.
You have a hard time
But are we
telling
going
what
to
metal
tell
is.
him about this sword?
Not unless he asks.
Pretty sure it's aluminium.
Only if he notices there's a sword.
No, I think that we just give him the things of monetary value. We are thinking the long term for this group, working together, and this book and that blade are going to ensure a greater success and
Yeah.
cohesion in the future. So
That's what we're saying.
we give them, we are as one.
Yeah.
I mean, I can try to fit it in the bag.
Well, what if it rips? I don't think it's a good idea.
If it pierces, it's bad.
Can
so
we try to do it but go with the hilt downward? And see what happens?
Why don't we try to camouflage it? We could wrap it in reeds and just say that.
rub some of the ash on it.
What is it?
What if I have you on my shoulders?
Uh huh.
Like, like
Yeah,
a kid?
sure. Yeah, of course. That's how I normally
And
like
then
to
we can
travel.
put
I'm-
it
Behind us. Like it can be up your butt.
Yeah.
Yeah, how would
be up
that?
your
What
shirt.
in front of me?
It's connected to... That's not gonna work.
It
No,
might.
no.
No, I
it
like
totally
this.
Work.
I could drape myself over it.
What all is in that haversack that you have?
I have some crossbow bolts and this crowbar and this sledgehammer.
Can we take out
and I
everything
have
except
this long
for...
sword, and I have these old vases that we're going to give him,
Well,
and I have
is-
this old dodecahedron, and I open up the lead box.
Oh God!
Oh!
This is taking up a lot of space.
Caleb just starts looking at the door.
And then I
Ah.
put it, start shoving it all back in.
I forgot we got that.
How did you forget we
Oh,
got
wait.
that?
Where's our
was one of the
dynamite? Do we
coolest
have
things we've ever
dynamite?
done.
I mean,
Out of sight, out of
boomsticks?
mind.
We have boomsticks.
Yeah, don't we have two boomsticks?
You have two you never
do.
used from the
Can I
vines.
Who
Yeah.
has them?
I don't have.
I
those.
have one, I think.
Jester.
Don't we have drugs?
No, maybe I don't.
Jester.
We have mushrooms.
Jester.
I'm listening.
I know you
what?
are, but I'm cutting through the noise. Can we not take everything out of that bag except for this new blade and the dodecahedron? And everything else comes out? Because the rest is pretty utility, is it
Well,
not?
it's 8 cubic square feet.
It might work. We
Should
can try
fit.
to fit it.
Yeah, and we can tie a rag around the end of the blade to keep it
Does
from
it have
piercing
a
anything.
Does it have a scabbard?
No, it does not. It was ornamentally placed on the wall. So
I mean, we should probably get one of those made.
I don't know about this.
I pull off the new cloak that I got a handful of days ago, and we can wrap this around the blade so it will not pierce.
Tie it up.
Yeah,
And bundle
tie
it.
up. Of course that will work.
I've got.
It works. It doesn't get pierced from the inside. It can only be pierced from the outside, right?
Yeah, it's magical.
are you trying to place the blade inside?
Yeah.
You place it into there, and it kind of gets to the hilt, and it won't go all the way in.
It's too big.
You have too much stuff in it.
Too long.
We'd emptied
Stuff
it.
in it. Yeah, we
What
take
if I
everything
take
out
the
except
How are we
for...
sledgehammer
gonna carry all this stuff?
I'll take the sledgehammer out.
Sledgehammer, it's a sledgehammer.
So will it fit once I take the sledgehammer out?
Everything but the dodecahedron.
See, the unfortunate thing is it's a very long blade in comparison to other points, so it's just more like, if you consider the space itself is somewhat amorphous, but you consider it still kind of a central space.
What if we roll the sword up like a fruit roll up?
I don't think the sword is going to fucking fit here.
I still like Yasha's idea.
Yeah.
Let's try Yasha's idea.
Try Yasha's
Try
idea.
Yasha's idea.
Just kind of slip it
Not
up
the
your
best
back
idea,
row.
But I can slip it up my back, and then you can be on my shoulders, like
Sure.
you're tired or something.
Wear my cloak if you want to
Put
cover.
it around and
Yeah.
not can like puts her legs out. You know.
Yeah.
Okay.
We should probably get back. We've been here a
Let's
while.
go.
Let's go.
He probably thinks we're dead, you guys.
Well,
Show
we
him.
almost were.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
So we head out.
All right.
I hang back at the back of the group for a split second and hold that wire that I used to cast that cantrip and just look at the room and I look at the wire. And then I follow everybody.
Okay. You guys make your way back up through the chamber where you had the encounter with the gelatinous cube, and solve the riddle of the hidden interior of this research facility. Make your way through the no longer trapped chamber, still tenuously held on the various pressure plates.
Oh man, we should have tried to go through that teleportation circle.
It was broken.
Yeah, we should have tried hard.
And who knows? They worship some weird shit. Who knows what dark corners of the world it goes
One of the
to?
9 hells, but like only a third of you.
Exactly.
All you would have done is face planted on the stone floor.
So we're gonna start with just trying to give them the rings and the art, right?
Yeah.
Rings,
Yeah.
art, shit. Keep
And the
everything else.
candlesticks.
Candlesticks.
I think the God of Gods wants to say something.
Yes,
I
he
was just
does.
saying, as you guys are having this conversation, you continue up the spiral staircase, coming to where the wall had been blown down and then cleared out from you guys to enter. And there, as you hear the familiar sound of rushing water, you climb out back into the much cooler kind of airflow that's blowing through the subterranean tunnel. There, your 2 boats are still affixed, pulled up onto the edge of the river.
Ooh, and can I say that as soon as I left this chamber, I tagged along behind my new monk best friend and set the globules in the air around us, even though she has the goggles. And I just, while walking, trying to read every page of that journal.
Okay.
Yeah. And we'll continue to do so on the boats.
Gotcha.
Thank you
All
for
right.
saving me, Molly.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you for saving me, Ford.
No problem.
All right. So, who's taking which boat?
I would like to get in a boat with Caleb.
Yasha and Caleb on one side,
And me.
At night.
and not. The rest in the other?
I have to go in the other boat.
All
You're
right.
the motor.
So, are you guys going up back where you came? Which is
Does the river keep going?
Yeah.
Oh, the
Forked
river
the other
continues
way.
going, yeah. And it forked ahead where you were.
Current goes away from the direction we came
Yeah.
from.
Correct, but
Fight the
it's not a
current.
strong current. It's just like a lazy going current. But you
I mean,
could
we don't
row
really
up.
have
It's just a little harder
We
to
could
do.
just see what's down the river a bit.
If we want to go back, our 2 muscle sisters could get us up this current.
You could.
For sure.
It'll be tiring, but
And we're already out. We're already out this far. Might as well see where it goes for a little bit.
It could be scary. There could be more rock
There are literally
monsters and
going to be
things.
rock monsters if we go back the other
if
way
we are
because we just
doing
ran
that,
from
then I
place.
suggest camping in this chamber before going forward, because we are all bloodied and battered, you know.
Sure. We could do that.
It has been a really long day so far.
Yeah, the gentleman did not give us a. Did he give us any
make a
kind of-
survival check, no?
I would know what time it is.
You would because of your feet, yeah.
And so would I, because I rolled an 18.
The 2 of you know that in the time you spent traveling down here in the subterranean area, resting and going through these battles, and you left kind of midday is when you had arrived to begin your journey here. It's getting pretty close to dusk. Not quite yet. The sun hasn't set.
We could go a little ways and then come back if we don't
think
find
scary?
anything.
I don't think we should go. We either go back the way we came, or we camp before going forward.
We could do a scout boat.
Or we go check out what's further along.
Maybe one boat stays behind, the others scout it out.
I'm going to stay behind. I am.
Separate the party!
Separate the party!
I'll go forward.
I'll go
I'll check
forward.
it out.
Yeah.
Terrible idea.
Should our, okay, our
So that's
boat
our boat.
scouts, yeah.
Our boat scouts, this boat
Just
stays.
a little bit.
Not
Sure.
far.
All right. So we have.
I'll kind of use my staff to help navigate Jester
This
by.
is a terrible idea.
Terrible.
Yeah.
So Yasha, Nut, and Caleb are staying behind.
Okay,
The other.
I'll, I'll watch over these
All right. So you
guys.
keep watch.
It's the next morning.
The four of you guys get
I'll watch
up.
over these guys.
The rest of you get into one of the boats, push off, catch up onto the current, and begin to lazily drift further down the
I
cavern.
feel like this is stupid.
Bye, guys.
See you never.
We'll be back. Just taking a little look.
And only going like an hour down tops.
I light a torch.
The light picks up and kind of spells out the interior of this chamber.
Yeah, keep an eye on the roof, remember?
If the current starts to pick up, we're going to fight it and try to go back. Yes.
Okay.
All right.
As they float away out of earshot, I say to my two friends here, you know, if need be, the mighty dry also sounds very cool.
We're taking a cat.
Oh yeah. Oh, I don't think it works
No,
that
the
far
cat.
away from here.
Yeah.
No, Frumpkin is scarfing around right now.
You guys travel for about 10 or 15 minutes down before you see what looks to be another cavern merges with the one you're in. And it looks like another side of the river seems to merge with
Oh,
yours.
that's where the fork was. It comes back together.
Oh, we're back to the fork. Okay,
Well, you're,
okay.
you're back on where the fork seems to re-merge with the path you've been taking. And so as you turn back onto where that happens, what do you do?
We're going down that other path,
Yeah,
right?
keep going straight ahead.
That we didn't go down.
Downriver.
Oh,
Are you guys continuing to go downriver, or are you going...
we're turning back and going the other way.
We could check out the other cavern and save the deeper part of the river for when we're together.
That's fair. Let's just
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're fighting.
Okay.
The other side of the fork.
So Jester turns it around and begins going against the current and pulling you guys up.
Start massaging your traps.
There you go. kind of switch backing towards the other avenue of the fork, and you guys continue up there. It takes a little while longer, and it's a little tiring. For the heck of it, go ahead and just make a Constitution check, please.
Constitution check.
Yeah.
Rowing.
Slide your hand under the
That's pretty good. 16.
16. No sweat. You're making it up the river without an issue. Your muscles are holding and fine. You are a beast.
Right here.
Eventually, the sound of rushing water gets louder and louder, and you glance up in the direction where you're coming from, and there's a fine mist in the air, kind of a spray.
There's a waterfall.
And it looks like there is a waterfall that you guys are at the bottom of. And it's about a 15-foot drop from above to the bottom of where you are. So you'd have to climb to get to the top, and you have no idea how to get a boat up there. But you get the sense that if you had gone the other way
We'd have had a
down
drop
here,
on our
you would
heads.
have suddenly had a waterfall drop.
Is there gonna land onto the sides of the bottom of the waterfall?
A very thin, sort of like a half a foot to a foot, but there are a lot of stones and rocks that have kind of tumbled through the river over time and kind of set at the bottom that would have destroyed a boat that had fallen off the edge of that waterfall.
Good to know.
Does it seem like there were any boats that are broken at the bottom of it?
You can make an investigation check.
I
As
also,
you're like rowing up to the edge, like glancing off
is there
the side.
anywhere to stop the boat?
It's more perception checks. You can't really investigate. You're not pouring through
I'll
it.
join
So
this.
there's no place to like pull the boat
Pull
off to
the
the
boat
side.
over?
No.
But is there a place to tie it off?
Um,
no, like
the only really the stones here, and they're pretty slick.
I only rolled a 10.
A 10. You don't see any remnants of a broken ship or boat.
Perception. That would have been a 10 again.
Yeah, it's hard to tell in this vicinity, but you do see the water kind of crashing down. It looks like there are a couple of small platforms on the way that's kind of hitting and splashing off again. The spray is kind of causing all this.
Is the waterfall like really hardcore? Like, could we see if there's anything behind the waterfall?
Go ahead and at the moment, no. You don't. From what you can see in the vicinity, you see just the water rushing down the.
Can I get a little bit closer?
Yeah.
I can poke.
Okay.
Find Clarota again.
Try to get closer so that she can poke through the waterfall.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just take my staff and jab it
Okay.
behind there. See if there's anything.
On one hand, it hits rock. Does not. There's a little space behind the water.
Should we go?
There's always
try?
shit behind waterfall. I
How
think we
do-
should. I think we should.
Do you think
I'm
it's
already
going to
taking off my
bludgeon us?
jacket. I'm taking off everything that I don't mind that I don't want to get wet. Keeping just one sword, and I'm gonna go for it.
All right.
In or out?
Weirdly, there are no nipple rings. Those things are dangerous. They catch on shit.
Inside check.
You're not there.
16.
All right. So Molly just jumps off the boat and kind
Oh, you're like jumping
Oh yeah,
down?
I'm going in.
You're not gonna try to get the
of
boat
under the
through?
by
waterfall.
himself, I do the same thing.
Oh, there
Flo dives in.
Eight
Both you.
sapien in it.
I go up.
Tried to get the boat through.
Okay, so you row the boat. As you guys, you pull through the waterfall, and the boat the opening is not wide enough for the boat, and it kind of jams up into the space and gets lodged, and the waterfall is just on you guys in the boat. It's filling up the boat.
Sink the boat. Okay, we tried to push off.
Okay,
but
you're
not sink the
both, make a
boat.
strength check.
Oh god.
Can I help her push off?
Yeah, so you're,
Oh, no.
you have advantage because she's aiding you with this.
Jeez.
What'd you roll?
21.
21. Okay, yeah, that'll do it. So as you push away from the waterfall, which actually I'm gonna go ahead and pull up some audio for this because I have it.
Yeah, right?
We're going Jungle Cruise on this. I'm so
I really want to go see what's behind the waterfall, but I don't.
honestly get
Crawling up into it, man.
Well,
We'll lose the boat if I jump out of the boat.
will it go anywhere though? This is the end of it. It's kind of stuck in the chamber.
No, because it's going to have a flow because the water's coming down. We have to tie it off on something.
Is there anything to tie the boat on?
Not until you.
There's nothing here. Unfortunately, it's slick rocks.
Do you see anything on the other side?
I'll let you know when I get there.
He's just swimming. He's just kind of making his way through at the moment.
There's a long pier.
Yeah.
Where is it?
I'm so excited. I want to hear your white noise.
I know. I've used it before.
Water?
It'll be
Red
like a
liquor
cold
sticks.
peppermint drink. It'll be
I don't
good.
think it works like that.
It does because I've been doing it at home.
There we go. So, as you make your way through,
Much better.
okay, there we go. Keep it thematic. You come up from underneath, and you can see as soon as you come up and reach out your feet and your hands, before both of you guys begin to catch like soft river floor, and eventually it comes up to what appears to be a plateau. And this is a small enclosed chamber in the inside.
Oh, man.
I've always wanted to do this.
Dark vision. Do I see anything?
It only goes back about 10 or so feet. And this it's been a while. Time is circle. He's just folding beer cans in like little shapes. What's an Alhoon to do? Anyway, you guys come out of the water and like quickly glance as you know your hair is kind of drenched on the sides of your face. It's ever used short enough hair. And the inside, it's fairly empty except for what appears to be a skeleton, a humanoid skeleton against a back wall that is just laying there. It looks to have what look to be manacles or chains attached to its wrists, neck, and feet, and they're all connected by a singular chain in the center. And it's just resting there, and it's probably been here for a while.
That's bad luck.
We seem to keep finding these.
Yeah.
I'm going to examine this thing. I'm going to
make an investigation check.
7.
I mean, the body's pretty rotted. Looks like whatever clothing they're wearing is very basic material that is just. It would be more disintegrated if there wasn't so much moisture in the area, and it looks like bits of it have just been eaten away with fungus and mold over time. The manacles are very well made, and they look to have what. Just looking at the edges where they connect, there's like a small rune at that point.
No scratches in the walls or any like pouches and compartments on the floor around this little space?
Make an investigation check.
Natural 19.
Glancing around the interior of the chamber, unfortunately, there are no secret compartments or any alcoves. It looks like whoever was in here may have been an individual who escaped from a boat that was unprepared for the fall, and whoever was rowing them down this chamber either didn't survive or didn't know about this hidden alcove, and this individual was in here until they passed away.
What do those manacles look like?
Magic.
Oh,
that.
We could use those. I'll walk over and I'll just step on the elbow joint and snap it.
As you do, the whole skeleton just implodes entirely, and the manacles just slip off as the different joints just kind of pull apart and alleviate the manacle. And now you're holding the center chain, and so you have the neck ring, the wrist, and the ankle rings all just kind of dangling from this cluster of chain you're holding.
I will pick up the skull and take a look at it. It is human.
It appears to be human. Make a medicine check.
All these checks. Where's my medicine? There. 12.
12. Looking at the features of the skull, they're a little bit more delicate than an average human skull. You get the sense they may be of partial elven blood. Not full elf, but partial elven.
That's true. It's true. It's very true.
Very true.
Well, on your way, Yorick. I set it adrift.
Alrighty.
Yep.
And-
Manacles over, and I'll jump back in.
I'm going to also keep my eyes open. I'm going to try and get a little bit down into this just to see if there's any bits and pieces on the
Underwater?
underwater.
Yeah, that's all good.
All right, make an investigation check when you come
Dive
back in the
down in
water.
there.
Dive down, do a little pat down.
Can I aid him or help him do the
Sure.
same thing?
Please.
As you guys both go down there, so you roll twice with advantage.
That's
Then.
great.
The help action allows you to.
18.
18. Looking down below there, you do see at the bottom, mostly covered in kind of masses of soft dirt and silt at the bottom, pieces of broken ship, and amongst the jagged rocks, it looks like more than one. A few ships have met their end at the base of this waterfall, definitely. But beyond that, you don't notice anything of use. You do find like a rusted short sword, and what looks to be a couple of broken pieces of boxes. But anything that was left at the bottom of the waterfall seems like would have been recovered. Anything of worth, someone must have come back for and sifted through, because everything down there appears to be just like rotted wood and things that were unuseful.
Kicking my way back. I'm going to kick back up to the boat at great speed.
You guys break the surface and climb back into the boat.
Oh, gross, Molly.
Did you find anything?
A lot of bad decisions. Several
What does
boats.
that mean?
As Ford kind of like over the side, and you see the chains on the
And someone
inside.
who didn't quite get away.
Jester, give me a hand.
Okay.
I think I should find that gross when I'm kind of into it. Well,
You know, people are gonna start.
I lift him up by his armpit.
Spin him around once. You are like my little doll.
we did find one interesting thing. A place to stash things if we don't want them to be found.
Oh, that's. Oh.
How easy is it to get back down here, though?
Real difficult.
Well, if we come out the other way, then we know how to get back down here.
We're never coming back here.
It's a good place to hide, though.
Good enough.
For even when
thing
you're
about-
like 150.
I am like 185 easy. Okay.
Wet.
Right.
It is very wet.
Soaking wet.
Ford 150? No. Ford 150.
It was good.
That was really
It was good.
We were there with
It was
you.
A
good.
little bit, yeah.
Somewhere in the world right now,
I
somebody's
think
laughing.
if you beg for it, it makes it even better.
It's even better, right? But
Explain that joke. Explain it.
That's what Twitter is for.
So what are you guys doing?
I think we're good to go back and join the others. Yeah.
All right,
It was fun.
you guys make your way.
proud.
You make your way back, fighting the current. Go ahead and make another Constitution check.
Oh shit. I'm getting real tired, you guys. No, I'm not. I'm not getting tired at all, actually. 17.
Chester's just powering through, no issue. All right, you guys make it back. You join the rest of the crew. You guys see a mildly damp Mollymock. Actually, the whole crew is damp at this point from going under the waterfall.
How long were they gone for?
At this point in time, with the searching, it'd probably be close to an hour or so.
I could probably read an average novel in just over an hour. So has this journal been read?
From what you can, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cover
So
to cover.
you've read everything within the journal. You can make sense of.
While they were gone,
What do you have? Do you have another spell slot for tongues, or for comprehend languages, not tongues?
Oh, because it's in a different
It's in a
language.
different language.
Oh yeah.
Journal? The research one?
No, because I used my magic thingy to get back a
that's
slot
right.
earlier in the day. So no,
technically,
I'm not-
can't you still remember everything?
I
You just
remember
won't
what I.
understand
He
it?
skimmed
No,
through
I
quickly.
remember what I
So in-
skimmed, but
What
I
was
didn't
it
read.
written?
until you get your draconic.
Draconic, that's
So in the
But I mean, you
No.
have a photographic memory, don't you?
Of what I skimmed. I have to actually read it to remember it, and I did not read this
Yeah,
entire book.
you can't cast the spell and then remember the
Don't touch
language.
book,
He has
my
to
head
actually.
and I have it.
Yeah.
I have to eat the book.
Yeah, just piece by piece. All right. So now that you've rejoined with your compatriots,
Don't give out that book.
No, now I
Do
want
you
to
want
sleep.
to long rest or go back?
Long rest.
Yeah.
Let's camp.
Let's camp.
all right.
Cool.
You guys take the boats back up on the side. Where are you resting? Just here on the side of the river?
Oh, but what I would have done if they left and I'm tapped, Caleb would have just used a ritual to cast Comprehend Languages.
It's a ritual spell?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
true.
Then
Yeah.
you're
So
fine.
then I'm up to speed.
Then you're good. Alrighty.
Negotiate.
We should actually go back inside and use the entrance as a good funnel. You know, don't leave ourselves in the open.
Okay.
Caleb, if you're done with that book, you think I could hold on to it?
Yeah, would you like to read it?
Yeah, I'd love to. Thank you.
All right. So you guys pull the boats up on the side, head back inside. Where are you going to set up camp on the inside of the chamber?
How about in the place where we disarmed all the traps? We know that that's safe.
That's a bit deep in there.
Yeah, it is.
Well, we can't camp in the staircase.
Just inside of the rock collapse.
That is a staircase.
It is immediately.
Yes, immediately.
You are a reader.
Then yeah, at the bottom.
Yeah, the top or the bottom. The
I
bottom.
think at the top personally.
Yeah, because the bottom one with the things, the
Yeah.
trap blockages.
Right
were
before the
starting to come
staircase,
up.
right inside.
And do that.
I like that. That's nice.
Alrighty. So
I mean, it's.
you guys set up
Give
a
mine
small
pictures,
camp
it's
area. Take whatever bedrolls and materials you have to do the best you can to set up a space to sleep. But you find enough of a division of the floor to at least get to a resting point, and you guys begin your evening's long rest.
I know a nerd when I see one.
Yeah, it's because you.
Could I have-
like every day.
Could I have everybody at the table except for Ford please leave and go take your break a little early?
More bad dreams.
That he was in the water before he went to
Every time he
sleep.
touches the water, he has backstory.
You don't know that.
Fuck that Kraken.
Whoa, that's a whole different show.
Yeah, no, it's the same show. Same show.
Crack into a kraken.
Actually, I'm
Crack
going to
into
take
a
the blue
Kraken the
one.
Kraken.
Take your time. It's all good.
Sorry, I just want to bring this with me, that's all.
That makes sense. Oh no. Oh god.
As the sleep takes you, and the darkness of your dream state alleviates you of the stress of the day, your aching muscles turning numb, your physical form and consciousness now removed and aimless in this dark space. You look down at your hand, and there you see clasped in your grip the somewhat hooked and curved blade that you had recently bound with. In your grasp, you swing it and slowly inspect it as you do. As you swirl the blade around in your hand, it almost has a trail around it. And as you hold it coldly in your grasp, this yellow light suddenly emerges in front of you as a familiar, large, yellow eye now looks upon you. And a voice fills you, directionless. Consume. And you glance at the blade and back at the eye, and the voice again says, Consume. What do you do?
Consume. Oh god, am I gonna try and swallow the sword?
What do you do for it?
It's a large blade, right?
It's about like this wide in places. It comes out and kind of arcs and curves, and it's got kind of jagged edges on it.
I don't know what you mean, consume. Oh, fuck it. I'll turn the blade over and, like, keeping my eyes on the big eye, I'll bring it up to my mouth and open it.
It's cold to the touch of your tongue. The blade completely absent of any temperature.
And
as you begin to force it down your gullet, you feel the edge of the blade hit the back of your throat, and the moment of pain hits you as it begins to cut through your flesh. But at that point, this kind of ravenous hunger begins to build on the inside of your stomach, and though the pain tells you to pull away, you continue to just force the blade down. As you pull it down from the hilt, you feel the blood kind of burble up in the back of your throat and spill out of your chin, but you continue to push it until the entirety of the blade is consumed within your throat. You close your eyes for a moment and look up at the eye once more, and the voice returns to Phil, reverberating around you. The pain subsides, and it says, "Good." The eye closes, the lid completely cutting off the source. The cold, the liquid, the water around you, the sense of being under the ocean again begins to whisk you away. Some sort of heavy current begins to pull you from behind, and you reach out, trying to grasp for any sort of hand or foothold, but yet you have nothing to hold on to. And as you feel yourself being dragged into this endless abyss, the dream comes to an end. You wake up. Everyone else is kind of asleep in the area. No one seems to have been woken up from your presence.
Anything on my hands?
Nothing in your hands, no.
Do I wipe my mouth?
Wipe your mouth. There's a little bit of blood right there across your hand.
Can I try and summon the sword?
You do, and as you summon it, there before you is not the Waste Hunter blade, but the falchion, now returned to grasp, but with a strange, more hooked and jagged appearance to it. It seems that the essence of this pact has consumed the weapon you had bound with and made it one with the falchion that you made this pact with oath so long ago.
I try and keep my... Make it disappear again. Has anybody woken up, or any eyes open at all?
At the moment, no.
I'll lay back down and go to sleep.
All right. And that's we'll take our break.
Holy shit!
So we'll be right back, guys. As a reminder, we do have our giveaway tonight. We have the Hero Vault, which is the awesome Darkwood color from our friends at Wormwood. You can contain your dice or your character model in this. This will go to whoever wins tonight's giveaway. Once again, if you are in the U.S. or in Canada, you are capable of winning this tonight, unless you're in Quebec, unfortunately. Come into the Twitch chat right now. The keyword for tonight is harvest. So you can only enter once. If you enter more than once, you will unfortunately be disqualified from this. We'll come back at the end of the break to give this to the winners. So we'll see you guys here in a few minutes. Thanks so much.
Oh, you crazy motherfucker!
Hello, critters. We are back at the Time Travel Mart in Echo Park, California, which is one of the homes of our beloved 826LA. And we're going to tell you about this amazing organization and maybe play some Dungeons and Dragons. Come on, I'll show you around. You all probably remember this guy, Joel, the executive director from 826LA. Thank you so much for having us and talking to us once again. We've been doing this a few years now.
I think this is our third or fourth time together, and I really appreciate the incredible support you've given us over the years, so thank you.
Yeah, I mean, aren't the Critters like such an amazing group? We've heard rumors of them, people coming and stopping by and volunteering,
Yeah, they're an incredibly generous group, and we've had volunteer orientations a few times a month, and there's always a good 10 folks who show up and who, when we ask them, how did you hear about us, they talk about your show, and it's been a huge, huge help to us.
Oh my goodness, that warms my heart so much. I love it. Okay, so give us a little bit of a rundown on what 826 is and what you guys do for all the amazing kids that come through here.
So we're a writing and tutoring organization. We really just want to get kids excited about writing. We want to honor their creativity and give them a space where they can have fun and engage with volunteers who can listen and help guide them in their storytelling and in their writing. We do this after school tutoring, we do nighttime tutoring, and we do workshops. We also do a field trip program. And then we also go into schools all across Los Angeles to provide this free one-on-one service to kids.
And you guys have 826 chapters all over the country, correct?
That's right. We're part of 826 National, which is our umbrella organization out of San Francisco. And we have chapters in San Francisco. We have one in New York, and Chicago, DC, Michigan, Detroit. We're actually opening one in New Orleans very soon.
Hey, NOLA!
So we're excited. We're all very connected, and we share resources and support each other. We're all independent nonprofits in our cities, but we collaborate and support each other.
I love it so much. And you guys have the Time Travel Mart, which is amazing. If you're ever in Los Angeles, you have to come visit it. And you have different themes for each of those across the nation, yeah?
Yeah, so we have actually 2 time travel marts here in Los Angeles. We've got the one here that we're in Echo Park, and we have one in Mar Vista, which is from the 1890s. This one's the 1980s time travel mart. But yeah, the city's, San Francisco has a pirate store, New York has a superhero supply store, they sell robot supplies in Michigan.
And how does that all feeds right back into the organization, yeah?
All the profit from those sales help pay for the free services we provide to kids from 6 to 18 years of age.
How did that even come about? Like, how did you guys think to do that? It's so brilliant.
So Dave Eggers, one of the founders of the organization, he was working with some volunteers at our founding site in San Francisco, and when they were taking apart the place, somebody said it looked like the inside of a pirate ship. And so they decided to build a pirate store in the front. Wow. And it was a joke at the first, but people started, leaving money on the counter. They didn't even have a person who would take money. People kept donating and leaving money, and so it became a sort of a concept. And all the cities now have storefronts.
Now, if people want to get involved in 826 LA or any of the 826s across the country, how is the best way to go about doing that?
Well, you can go to our website, 826la.org, and there's a whole section for volunteers where you could learn about what it takes to volunteer, and you can sign up for volunteer orientation. And all of our chapters across the nation have their own sites, so folks can visit and get involved.
Awesome. And you don't necessarily have to tutor if that's not your jam. You can do many things, right?
Yeah, we don't turn any volunteers away. We try to figure out ways to get all volunteers involved. We need help with design. We need help with copy editing. We have a ton of projects that we could always use help on.
Amazing. All skill sets are appreciated.
Absolutely.
Well, Joel, thank you as always for taking the time.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you soon.
See you soon.
All right, here's the deal. We are dedicating the next 4 weeks to our favorite charity, 826LA. Now, for every $5,000 we raise, a new incentive will be unlocked for everyone.
For a complete list of those incentives, head on over to geekandsundry.com.
Additionally, D&D Beyond has offered to donate $100 for every natural one rolled by the Mighty Nine up until June, including every natural one rolled to date, making a positive out of our misery.
And we have an amazing community member and critter who has graciously offered to match all donations up to $40,000. That means each dollar that you donate will be doubled.
And a huge thank you, of course, to our friends at D&D Beyond, Geek and Sundry, and Wormwood for being so wonderful to support 826LA and bring joy to all of these kids. And of course, we have to thank you, the critters, whose continuous care and generosity even makes things like this possible. So, I guess it's time, guys.
Let's do this!
Dodge every hungry hippo and find every antique. Then zip away in their car. They're the team with all the magic to beat arcane priests. Solve every clue as they pass go. They're the ones you can rely on to fight all the beasts. Trying to climb out of Tokyo. Just to roll all the dice. Or throw all the cards. Don't break the ice. You gotta play hard on the tabletop gaming team. The tabletop gaming team. On the tabletop
On today's episode, the tabletop gaming team takes on International Tabletop Day.
What is that?
The caramel one was pretty good.
You got caramel?
Yeah.
I got caramel.
You guys ready to go live?
I don't know.
welcome back, everybody. First off, we have. Wow.
Oh yeah, you did great.
That. Oh, yeah. Wow.
I felt that.
That's my wife, ladies and gentlemen. Our winner for this evening, for the wonderful Wenge Hero Vault, is Dark1_Nightshade. Dark1_Nightshade. Congratulations. Denovo will get your contact info and get that sent out to you. Congrats. Alrighty. So, as you guys all come to consciousness in the cold, desolate, dark space within this long abandoned research facility from the Age of Arcanum, you stiffly get off the ground, collect your stuff. What do you want to do?
I do a few push-ups. Just to get warmed up.
Gotcha. Bo's doing
Good to
her
go.
morning routine.
Yep, some squats.
Oh, we did a long resty?
Yes,
Long
we
rest,
did a
guys.
longy resty.
And we're tuning to the sword?
Sit in a tune.
Okay, so you're tuned to the blade. Perfect.
Okay.
Oh, I should make this today.
Mm.
I'm going to.
Caleb, you were not. I don't want to jinx it or anything, but I don't think that you were hit in any of the fights yesterday, were you?
That is not correct. I was not hit in the final fight.
But you remained pretty much unscathed.
I made out better than usual, yes?
And that was the only day that you let me put flowers in your hair, right?
Okay.
I'm just saying, maybe sometimes old wives' tales are true.
Well, I am not much of a believer in old wives' tales, but I do like trial and error, so if you would like to do it again today.
As an experiment.
As an experiment,
This
yeah.
is a focus group test thing. I don't know.
I'm
It's
with
true. You need more than one example.
It's true.
You know,
Sample
when it
size.
tests.
Sample
Mhm.
size.
Do we have any more flowers?
I have a lot.
Yeah.
Medium.
Oh,
Yep.
gotta find that
Standard
average.
deviation.
Yep.
May I?
You may.
All right, I'm going to take some time to just put a little braid in his hair and stick a little flower stem or two in there and just try to make like a little flower mohawk.
How do I look?
Like a satyr, like in those ancient Greek, paintings.
Current Greek.
In those current Greek.
What is Greek?
What is Greek?
What is Greek?
Are you all wet again?
Yeah, if you go and inspect, no, there is no
dampness?
no sea foam froth, though there is a bit of dried blood in the corner of Ford's mouth.
Dried blood?
Ford, you have a little something right here.
Did you shave?
Did you bite your lip?
Oh, yeah. I fucking grind my teeth.
Oh, you should wear a bite guard.
Is that why? Is it a sleep thing? Is that?
No. Just to bit myself in my sleep, that's all.
Is that why what? Is that why? Well,
What?
Well, I don't want to say anything. I'm afraid it will offend him.
You can say it to me then.
Most of the half-orcs I've seen have bigger tusks. But it's okay, Ford, if you don't have a big tusk. It's not a big deal.
Tusks, right?
It's
yes,
totally
you,
fine.
Thank you.
You have smaller
Thank you,
tusks.
Jester.
Is
I
that an
appreciate
indication of other body
He
parts?
has no tusks, doesn't he? Have no tusks?
Do you have
We
anything
don't
there?
see
What do we?
them.
Do
We don't
you have
see
nubs? What are those?
Why don't you pull down your lower lip and show us what's going on in there, Ford?
Yep. I'll pull down my lower lip.
What do we see? What do we see?
Does he have a cool lip tattoo?
You see
Please no.
very
his
short.
dick.
You see very short, nubby teeth with scratches and divots and chips on the top.
On
of them.
all of the teeth or just on
The
teeth.
tusks.
And these?
You had said that you did your own dental work at one point. Did you do that on purpose?
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
Why?
Couldn't afford a root canal.
That would have been a better excuse. When I was younger, they used to make fun of my teeth. And kids can be cruel, so I decided to take away the target that was most easily available for them.
Did you grow up with people who did not have tusks like you, and so you were different?
Yeah, at the time, there weren't any others like me. So I feel like I was especially picked on for my teeth.
Inside check.
Jesus. My childhood damage inside check.
Just a 10, not great.
As a note, generally you can say, "Do I believe him?" and I'll tell you to make an insight check. So I'm going to use an insight check action.
Inside check is so much dickisher.
It really is.
Do you still feel the same way about your teeth?
Not necessarily. It just kind of became a habit.
So you have to continue to do it?
I'm sure I don't have to. It's kind of like people that chew their nails, I guess.
So they will always grow back, even if you.
They seem to be persistent.
How quickly do they come back?
Not super fast.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that why you have blood on your mouth? Were you filing your teeth last night?
No. I think I just bit my lip.
I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, right? And then you bite it again the next day.
Oh my god, and then it gets like in a
Swelled up.
blister.
Do I believe
Yeah.
You get the kick or sore.
I hate that.
Insight check.
Do I?
1.
Oh.
Did you
800? Is that 900?
Pretty strongly,
That's
yeah.
1,000?
No
way.
I'm rolling so well.
Did you do any other bod mod to yourself growing up?
Bod mod. No, I did not.
Did you kill any of the children that made fun of you?
Children's are assholes.
No, I didn't have that sort of a streak in me then.
Yasha, did you kill any of your fellow children growing up?
Well, no, if you have to go, to battle, if you have a challenge, you kill somebody. Yeah.
If you kill them, then they're not really your friends, are they?
No.
Exactly.
I was a bit tougher than most of the other kids. I felt like I could take the physical poking, but the jeering
The emotional
This
poking
is-
was too much.
This is many years later, though. I can't imagine that any of us would even blink at tasks.
it's not even really that intentional. I'll just find myself kind of picking at them every once in a while.
Do you ever want them to stay there?
Like to grow back?
Yeah.
Yeah. There are times. I've seen them, other half-orcs with the teeth.
The guy in Tusk Love had them.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like it's a trait that sort of exemplifies the rougher side of my race. So sometimes I wish I had them, and sometimes I'm glad I don't.
Yeah, well, for many of us, our early days are always with us.
Yeah.
So I understand.
This is how you see yourself, right?
I think it's how I'd like to see myself.
It's how we see you.
But I think you would look fine either way for it.
Yeah, we're too distracted with our own personal damage.
Right.
Yeah.
You saying I should let them grow out?
I'm just saying if you want to, you would look good that way as well. You look good this way, you would look good that way.
Co-signed.
All right, fair. How about you see me picking at them or chipping at them or any of that shit, and you just say the word and I'll stop.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess
Wind
it's...
kind of blows through the distant tunnels above, and for a minute you all kind of shiver as the cold wind kind of finds its way through down below.
Oh, I don't shiver.
Except for you, you're fine.
I'm good. Warm-blooded.
Should we go back to the gentleman?
Probably.
It's probably time.
So, cloak on your back, sword on the cloak.
not on the sword.
Yeah, but we don't have to do that now. We have a whole boat trip to go on.
Sword up the butt.
No, I
yeah,
will not.
Straight up.
Absolutely
Just
not.
like a puppet.
No.
I mean, is that a bad? Should I just stay outside or something? And
There is no.
And
We are going on. This is on.
no-
We're going
If he
right through their
notices it, then
territory.
he notices it. If he doesn't, then he doesn't.
Then we just.
And we bribe him with the information on the teleportation circle.
Or he can just
anything
challenge
else.
me and I can.
We are a
you know.
very convincing group. I think we can talk our way through that.
I'm really good at lying.
You have your ways. Well, the morning is getting on, shall we?
Let's get in the boat.
Hans and Franz, will you please muscle us up this stream?
All right, you guys taking the same boat arrangements?
Yeah.
Sure. Hans and Franz.
All right, so the two of you are helming it. You knowing time of day, because even though you are below the surface, keeping track of this because of your feet, it's roughly 6 in the morning. It's very early because you guys went to bed fairly early. So you guys begin to make your way up the river now, going against the current, muscling your way up and up further and further still. You come across the area where you had the initial kind of confrontation with the Dark Mantles, and begin to push and push.
Harder because there are things there.
Make a strength check, both of you guys.
Yeah, eyes on the ceiling as well, just because
Oh,
that's where danger
and,
came
yeah,
from.
and eyes on the side where the rock guys were.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
I got 20.
Oh, she.
Not a natural, but
20.
She rolled well. This is a strength check.
Yes.
5.
All right. So as you guys continue to go forward, Yasha pushes on, manages to gain ground. Jester, while doing fine yesterday, trying to do the advanced pushes, you're still making up the stream, but you're still a little sore from the day before. Yeah.
2 arms day.
However, you guys you're not making any loud noises at the moment. As you glance up, none of the dark mantles, which you look up and you can see now, there are a few that are kind of adhered to the ceiling, but they don't seem to have noticed your presence yet. So as you're rowing through, you're falling behind. You managed to get through unnoticed and are actually way above the one boat. I need all the rest of you to make stealth checks. Which is on your boat, which would be Jester, Bo, Molly, and
Oh, blessing
You
of
do
the
not.
trickster, sure. On you.
It feels so weird, still, with stealth checks, to only be able to add a 1. When I used to add 9,000.
I know. Yeah.
It still feels weird.
You get advantage. Did you roll?
Oh. No, not this time, but often.
Hey, that's way better.
Nice.
A 17.
24.
21.
But to be fair, I am rowing.
Yeah.
All right. So as you begin to row past and continue quiet as you can, and with the sound of the oars, it kind of matches the slow. It's a little bit of volume based on the river flow, but it doesn't seem to cause enough of a ruckus to draw the attention of the dark mantles above. And the two kind of earthen-based stone and vine creatures that you had originally seen emerge don't seem to notice your presence as you slowly make your way past this part of the tunnel, eventually catching up, or at least a little bit behind Yasha and their group. As you continue forward, I need both of the boat rowers to make a constitution check, please.
Boat rowers.
Are we past those statues?
I'm rowing a boat.
Slowly by.
That's a 13.
13. Yasha, constitution check, please.
Uh-oh.
Storm. Don't you have the heart of an ox?
7.
A 7. You gain a point of exhaustion. Going against the stream in itself and kind of pushing up, and with the extended push of your muscles to get through that last bit, it's beginning to take its toll on you, and kind of muscles begin to seize up a bit.
Through the other area.
Exactly.
Yeah, you have to pace
So
yourself.
you do that,
yeah.
So you have a point of exhaustion. But with that last bit, you guys manage to make your way up the rest of this underground river. It takes a little while, but eventually you see ahead the dull green glow of the various small lanterns that were affixed to the interior of the river cavern entrance, and there you can see the docks on the side. As you approach, you see there waiting for you, sitting in the same position up there, that's that older, crusty-looking fella named Rodell, who you had met on the way out, and what looks to be Kara, is kind of leaning against the back wall. Looks like she's kind of asleep in the corner, sitting in a small chair and kind of not... Oh, you've returned. And he kind of wakes up. And they eventually get over there and help you get the boats over there. They tie off the ropes, and you guys make your way up out of the water, out of the boats, and onto the dock side. She goes, so, you've returned. I see that you aren't in the worse for wear. How did it go?
We killed stuff. We are really badass.
Yeah, it was really not really, much of a test for us.
There was a lot in there, though.
Yeah, that's true.
So many undead blobs. A lot of undead blobs.
Fair enough. Well, let's get you back there and talk to the boss. If he's awake, he should be. And she pulls out the blindfolds again and passes them out.
Can we just forego those? I feel like this is going to be the beginning of a very fruitful relationship, surely.
I understand that, but this is the boss's orders. I'm sorry.
But the boss is still asleep, you said.
No, she said he was probably awake.
I don't think you understand. It's the boss's orders. I can't just go against them.
All right, well, it's
Yeah,
going
we
to be
don't
blindfolded.
We
all
don't
right.
want to rock the boat, yeah. By all means.
Thank you. So please, and she passes out blindfolds to you guys. You figure out an order of making your way down. And as you made your way towards this portion of the cavern, you walk back, being led by Kara through the underworks.
Do I see anything of note or Frumpkin's eyes as we walk?
Same path as you went last time, not as busy. Nobody else is walking through the hall. It's early enough that there isn't much. You do come past that chamber before where you saw the cages in there, and there's 2 more cages set inside, even larger. And one of them appears to be like a very heavy meshed series of metal. You don't hear anything in there, but
Can I tell what's inside them?
make perception check for Frumpkin.
Come on, Frumpkin.
With disadvantage.
Doesn't matter.
That's pretty bad.
Pretty bad, yeah, both bad. Real low. 5.
You do not, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay.
It's too dark in the distance at this point.
Damn,
It's too light. Eventually making your way up through a series of steps to a ladder, and then you all can take your blindfolds off, and you recall being kind of led down to this chamber. At this point, Kara says, all right, we're almost there, and she climbs up the ladder and opens a trapdoor that leads into a small chamber. You guys follow her up inside, and what looks to be a storage room where there are sacks of food and what look to be barrels of all sorts of alcohol and ale and water and whatever else materials have been kept down here. Going through a door not but 2 feet from that latch, that open hatch, into the familiar interior of the true Evening Nip Tavern.
Before we go in, I'm gonna try to just tug on Yasha's leg. Don't you want to carry me? My legs are a little achy.
Oh, yes.
By the scruff.
Right up the butt.
I try to find a position.
Try to settle the cloak to.
All right.
If you really push up against
Did
the
you leave
neck,
your
it might go
moon sword
Yeah,
behind?
we're trying to look.
But your own cloak and stuff could go over.
Just fly with you.
I still have it with me. Was I supposed to leave it behind?
No, it's up to you. I mean, meaning, if you have the sword that you had in the sheath that the moonsword was in right now, or at least tucked in there briefly, it's a little wider than the sword you previously had, so it's going to kind of carve through. It'll hold it, but the scabbard's
I wanted to keep
probably.
it so maybe we could sell the Moon Touch sword. Could we have put it in the?
We could have strapped them
Well,
both
the
to your back.
Moontouch sword, is it small enough to fit in the bag, or is it...
Barely, just barely. I'd say you can probably get that in there.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I totally forgot about that.
Just making sure we knew about that.
Very good.
All right, so as you enter the chamber, the light is lower. It looks like only 3 of the interior torches are currently glowing. There is no barkeep at the bar, and there are no patrons in there. The ogre guard is there on the corner. It looks like kind of a little groggy and recently come to consciousness and is feasting on what looks to be a whole side of pig that has been just cured and salted, but it hasn't been butchered. Just literally just tearing off the bone of the half of the pig, and kind of sees you entering and continues eating. On the balcony across the way, as soon as you enter, you can see at the top there is the female Goliath, Sora, who is standing there and just kind of looking down at you as you enter and gives a head nod of acknowledgement. And Kara goes, sorry, Sora, is the gentleman awake? They've returned. I'd like to talk to them, please. And Sora kind of turns around and pours open. You can look behind now with a little bit of light. There's a drawn, looks like heavy curtain that blocks the interior behind. He goes,
Boss, the nine have returned.
and you hear this kind of some voices on the inside, and a voice goes like, just a moment. I'm sorry. This is business. And then coming out from behind the curtain, you see the gentleman in this like long, deep purple like silk robe that is kind of tied around the waist, and goes, well, you've returned.
Woo!
Indeed. Well, have a seat, please. Some food, please.
We'll stand. We'll just stand.
Just lean up against the wall. Well,
Yeah. Bacon. I want bacon.
Bacon, please. Get these friends some bacon. My God. I'll be right down. And he goes back into the chamber.
Right now.
You hear some other voices and like a slight giggle, and then Sarah enters the chamber. After him, a few moments pass, and then there's one of the doors on the bottom area opens up, and Sarah steps out, holds the door aside, and the gentleman who's still in his robe, but now has what looks to be pants and boots on, enters the chamber and goes, well, our early risers. I'm not going to lie, we were sad to see you not return sooner and had assumed that perhaps you had not survived. So this is a great, gracious celebration of your return. And he goes and sits down behind his usual chair.
Apologize for our poor timing. Hopefully we weren't interrupting.
Early in the morning.
What? Just having breakfast. Anyway, so you're alive, a little worse for wear. I see some scuffs around the edges. Tell me all about it. What did you do?
Really not that big of a deal. There were some will-o-wisps, some floating spirits.
Quite a few will-o-wisps.
Yes, so many will-o-wisps. Did you know you just have to break a vase and you kill a will-o-wisp?
I did not, but
Yeah,
good
that's
to
a
know.
thing.
Yeah, there's like ash all over the place now.
Lots
so
of
sorry
traps.
about that.
Yeah.
Quite a few traps.
Yeah.
Right.
Was there a gelatinous cube at one point?
There was, actually, yeah.
Yeah, this big cube came down from the ceiling
Tried to melt
and
us.
it tried to eat us.
That's terrifying.
Indeed.
Pretty scary.
Good thing you sent the pros. Amateurs probably would have had a worse time.
Found lots of skeletons along the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And exactly 6 rings for you.
Yes, there were.
Make a deception check.
You are not scaling anymore.
9.
9.
Really?
I smack her on the back of the head.
You can't reach.
You're up. SWAT.
There was
All
a fair
right.
amount of jewelry. There was.
We also found a decent amount of fine art for you.
Oh yes, I pull out the vases. Look at these antiques.
And pulls one out.
Careful, careful, they're very, very old.
Of course. I'm a collector myself. It's fine. Oh, this is beautiful make. This is pre-divergence as well.
Right, but they're worth a whole lot of money then.
Oh, they're certainly to the right people. They can be worth quite a bit.
We found some
also
candlesticks
some
too.
candlesticks.
Yeah.
All right, you produce the candelabra. And these 6 rings, you say?
Yes, we
It was 7, and I give one of the extra rings.
Make a deception check.
Come on, Jester. Come on.
I didn't keep mine, so.
Yeah, I know.
Look, we know who has them. We know.
16?
He goes, well, thank you for your honesty. Anything else? And he gives like a very, very intense look across each of your faces. You would like to inform me that you encountered any warnings? We're going back in after there to clear out whatever remains behind, so
Well,
we
it
want to
is-
make sure we're prepared.
Oh, I think we killed everything.
No, you don't want to get pantsed. We did not kill everything entirely. There are some critters on the roof of the river passage. Nothing major. You just want to have your eyes on the ceiling.
Of course,
And there's these we saw two like rock creatures that were really big, but they're really slow. So just bolt on past them and they won't be able to catch you.
Right, but within this facility itself,
there was a destroyed, looks like a transportation circle inside.
Yes, and to be honest, it looks like it was possibly looted sometime long ago.
There was a lot left.
But whatever has inhabited the place in recent years or in recent centuries has been removed.
There were a lot of burned books.
And bodies. Lots of bodies.
Traps, which I deftly dismantled.
Mostly, be careful
Mostly
walking on
triggered.
them. You'll see them.
There's pressure plates in the lower floor.
They're pretty
at this
obvious
point,
now.
food begins to be brought from the far kitchen. You can see the person who just woken up has like been rushing to make whatever meats are available and has been cooking. The smell begins to permeate and it's coming out in kind of piecemeal as they're ready.
And once we figured out that the will-o-wisps were coming from pots, we just sort of broke anything that looked like it might contain one.
All right. Is that all? And I would like to specify that I despise falsehood, and our relationship is based on honesty and trust.
Well, there were two paths in the river, and the second path led to a waterfall. So I don't know what was at the top of the waterfall. There could be a chamber up there. I don't know. And then the other side led to the thing.
A lot of images on the wall. Weird magic stuff.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of magic stuff.
There was this floor with this like relief in it of these two faces, and
I
Ford
forgot
put
about
some
that.
coins in it, and it like opened up, and he collapsed and fell in like a pit. It was super funny. It was super funny.
What was in the pit?
A lot of bodies.
Lots of bodies.
Like, a lot of bodies.
Anything else?
Probably the 2 leftover coins that you put in the eyeballs are still there.
4, because there were 2
There were
pairs.
4, yeah.
Was there anything else?
Possibly a probing question would remind some things, but I'm trying to remember. It was a bit daunting.
Yeah,
a little
Yeah.
tired.
Yeah, we're
So there was nothing else.
Oh man, I mean we stayed up all night trying to just get back here.
That wispy creature.
We almost died.
Killed him.
But is that all that you found and recovered?
Let me look through my bag.
He's done business before and is looking very intently across all your faces.
I just start eating.
You're dodging my question. That doesn't make me comfortable. That doesn't make me trust you.
Oh, there's just no answer further.
So you're telling me that that's all you found?
What were you looking what were you looking for anyway?
Nothing. I just wish to be informed that that is the end of your recovery.
I feel like
You knew going in here it was already heavily looted and raided. We brought you several pieces.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and inform you that as much as you try to double speak me, that I've been a master far longer than you have.
Give him the book.
So,
Give him the book. Give him the book.
Caleb, we talked about this.
Yeah, and we said we would give him the book, so I'm a little confused.
No. All right, man. Been in the business longer than we have, and I toss him the research notebook.
okay, and he catches it kind of.
Here's your precious research you were looking for.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that all of it?
Yes.
Yes.
That is the end.
Make a deception check.
Fuck! Who, just me?
Can I aid her?
Yeah,
said
can
the
he help
said-
me?
I
Can she
said
sit
no
with
at the
me?
same time.
Yeah.
So advantage?
Can she aid me?
I'll say sure. I'll give you advantage on this. Because you both.
Very good charisma.
But she's rolling.
I know.
Natural
Roll
20.
20.
Thank you.
So long.
Liars.
Unfortunately,
You liars.
we have to take $100 away from 826. I'm sorry, kids. It's really a shame.
We didn't think this through.
It was a bad game.
All right, so at that point he kind of sits back comfortably. Very well. Thank you so much. I'm impressed. I am happy. Keep the rings. I said you can take something back with you, and you've done your job. You've proven yourselves very trustworthy. So please, at your leisure. So, take solace in knowing that your friend, your Horace, is safely on his way to Barrelben.
Can I insight check it?
Safely.
Oh, okay. Do you
Do I believe him?
Make an insight check.
Barrelben.
Come on. There's been one too many seemingly's.
Is that 11 or 17?
17.
Oh, wait, is it?
21.
Barrelben.
Yeah, that's a
Ben.
17. 21.
21.
Tiny die.
He's being completely honest.
He's being honest.
You think? That's great.
Judy Garland.
Yeah.
I appreciate you seeing him safety.
Of course. And he snaps his fingers, and you see over by the curved stairway that leads down in here, two gentlemen that were kind of just sitting there in the shadows, unseen before, kind of sit up. And he goes, "Go on." And they both get up and leave up the stairs. So he goes, "I've now initiated my means of getting you folks, and most likely Dolan, off the hook for the murder of the High Richter. May take some time, a day or two, maybe more, but have some faith in my abilities. Just lay low for a few days, if you don't mind."
We're really good at that.
Very good.
Do our humble
Very
best.
good.
And will we get confirmation, word from you that the deed has been done?
Well, if it all goes well, you won't need it from me. So, with that, I'd call that a bargain. Met on all sides, wouldn't you? He takes a little piece of burnt pork off the table. Congratulations. You have my favor, Mighty Nine. Turns to Ford. If you ever need me, come find me. And if I should need you, I'll find you. Now, off. I have to finish my breakfast. And my breakfast.
Baller.
I take the leftover bacon strips and I just take them and I shove them in my pocket.
I'm disappointed that we don't have real bacon
I give
right
half
now.
of my bacon to
The
Caleb.
game is strong with
Here
Bo,
you
man.
go.
But less, you need the protein.
But do you still keep
Give him one piece of bacon.
the blood vials that you?
Oh, yes, of course. We keep those for when we do business with. Sure. Standard procedure, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
It's fine, Yasha. After all, I have an empty vial with his saliva in it, so we have that too.
He just stares.
Thank you for your consideration and time. We'll be in touch, shall we?
Of course. Be safe. Finishes his meal, kind of glaring and not on your way out. As you guys exit the bottom of the eating nip up into the proper top of the tavern, you step out. Looking out, you can see the morning sun has risen. It's still early morning at this point in time. It's probably about 8 o'clock in the morning at this point.
What a day.
What a day.
That was awesome.
We have stuff to sell?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go pawn some things.
Oh, yeah.
Should we go do that now, or should we lay low for a little bit and make sure that he doesn't have anyone following us?
You can follow us. It's
Then
fine.
let's go back to the leaky tap.
Did we, help me remember, DM, did we have a way to get in contact with Dolan?
Dolan was left at his home.
At his home.
That's the last you saw of him, just at his home.
That's right. You sure you don't want to sell off any of your extra wares?
Let's clear some
I
things
mean,
out.
we do have some rings to sell, I guess, if we wanted to.
Yeah, those chains we could.
Did you ever look at those
manacles?
chains? Did you look at the
Manacles?
manticles?
What manticles?
The manticles, the manticles to see
We
if
didn't
they
actually-
were magical.
This is the first that I'm
We didn't
hearing
actually
about
tell him
manticles.
about the manacles.
Yeah.
We found a dead guy in chains.
I mean, a very dead guy.
You know, do you think that people are gonna start being suspicious of us if we just keep selling magical
We
manticles?
should probably stop going to
Or the same blacksmith?
maybe not to Pumat Sol for a little bit.
Pumat is a competitor
Maybe.
in a town this big.
I'm sure.
Well, why don't we wait till we're back at the Licky Tap before I look at these manticles you have? I would, if possible, like to swing past Dolan's house, if that's okay.
Sure.
I'll see why not.
Put him at ease. Put him at ease.
Let him know that Horace is out of town.
Yeah, and we have, before he died, he gave me something that I think Dolan would want to have. Ulog, before Ulog died.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Head back that way.
All right.
As we get clear of the bar, I'm gonna just get down off of Yasha.
You've been waiting for that for too long.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's very strange how you're very dense.
It's all muscle.
I feel it's a lot heavier than you look.
I'm a cool 45 pounds, yo.
You should probably take a bath.
Yes, I guess so.
I know you don't like water, but this is like an extreme version.
Maybe I could just sort of wipe myself clean with like a dry towel.
I think
I don't think
probably
that'll
like
be
at
enough.
least a damp towel.
Yeah,
Like-
this is surprising coming from me, but I agree with that sentiment. You are
Yeah.
covered in dead person.
Several.
Several
Yeah.
dead people.
Specifically their feet.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll think about it.
All right.
Okay.
So, as you guys begin to walk along the streets of Zadash here in the morning air, the cloud cover in the sky still gray, sunless, cool. You can see the mist of the town is now finally burning off, but the gray day is still cool and welcoming. As you make your way towards, you're going to Dolan's.
house.
All right, you make your way towards Dolan's, trying to just still dodge too much attention from the Crown's Guard, which
Yeah,
thankfully,
especially Molly and I.
Yeah.
yeah, they're not too strong at this point. They still seem to be trying to prevent people from entering and exiting, but there are still patrols to go through. So you make your way just carefully through at this point in the morning towards the exterior of Dolan's hut.
As we're walking, I lean over to Ford and I go, something's been bothering me. The gentleman said that it was Ulog that arranged and leaked the information to the Jorhassian assassins.
Right.
What would be his motive for doing that if he only really cared about getting his wife free? Or at least revenge for his wife?
I think he was just trying to upset the government, right? Create fractures, hope pressure would make things snap in the end.
I hope so. Feels like a big task for one person.
It does.
And how would he have those connections?
Maybe he's been hedging his bets for a while.
Maybe. Yeah.
Good to keep in mind.
Yeah.
You guys come up to the exterior of Dolan's home. It's dark on the inside.
No, I mean, not normally, but I feel like he knows
Well,
you.
you'll come with me,
Sure.
because you have spoken to him more than I have, but... Yeah.
No, walk up. A double tap, we're followed by a single.
Moment passes and the door kind of... Dolan's head peeks out. Oh, gentlemen, it's good to see you. What news have you?
Only a moment of your time. I'm a little embarrassed that I did not remember this the other day, but it was quite an evening that night.
Of course.
When Ulog was in that house, he found something that I think you should have. Shortly before he expired, he shoved it into my hand, and I pull out that piece of those papers that he found about the wife. And it's a little frayed. He shoved it in my hand. We are lucky that it did not burn up, but take this, please.
Of course. I'll see what I can do. Things are a bit tense right now, of course.
When it makes sense.
Of course, of course. How's Horace?
Safe.
On his way.
That's right.
Seemingly.
To Barrow Bend.
Oh.
To
Wait, I'm
Barrow
not
Bend.
big up there. Sorry.
Well, that's far enough away, I think, from any influence here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Of course, it was the least we can do. We trust with this information, and the right things occurring the next few days, you can find your way to some prosperous moves for this city.
I hope so.
A lot of bad things are happening now. It would be nice if one good thing could come of it all.
That would be. I'd like to see a turn for the right in this city, or another at least. There is right in this city. There are good people. And as terrible as the death of the High Richter may be, in essence, I think much good may come out of it in the long run. I don't...
It's entirely up to you now, isn't it?
We shall see. Anyway, you mustn't be seen dilly-dallying long at this home, just in case. Thank you for the update. Thank you for Horus. And, good luck, friends. I do hope we meet again soon in better times.
Truce.
Closes the door. Locks it behind.
Nice. Nice.
Broken clock twice a day. Come on.
All right. As you guys, are you guys heading back to the Leaky Tap?
Yeah.
Okay. As you head back to the Leaky Tap, people are starting to come to consciousness and exit the building. The street becomes a little more bustling. One of the barkers, one of the town criers that you had seen before when you arrived, begins coming down the street and begins doing a shout. Says, "Harvest close comes on the 3rd of Vesran. Harvest close comes on the 3rd of Vesran," and continues walking past.
Yeah, there was that whole, like, we could enter into contests and fight for the Harvest Festival, right?
Oh, yeah, there was something about that.
Really? Like just for sport?
Yeah, like maybe there's prize money or something.
That could be a nice change of pace.
Kind of like fighting people for fun.
You get close to the Leaky Tap and you see another female.
In the victory pit.
Yeah, that's it.
Another town crier comes by, younger female with the big tabard and like the scroll as she walks by. Says, "Conflict at the Jorhassian border grows violent. Watch your children at night."
Hide your kids, hide your wife.
"Conflict at the Jorhassian border grows violent. Watch your children at night." And she continues walking.
To the children?
She looks back at you like, "I'm just reading the paper."
May I have one of those?
It's not like it's for me to read from. Have one. No,
I'm just gonna look at it, and then I'm gonna give it back to you. Does it say anymore?
On this, it has the Jorhassian note, and it has the Harvest Close coming the 3rd of Vesran. Those are the 2 notes of the day that the
You
criers.
literally just, that's all that's on there.
It's my job.
Okay, sorry.
Hey, where do we sign up for the victory pit?
I don't know.
Tell me you know.
You want to tell her? You want to tell her?
Make an intimidation check.
We're
with that?
Sure. Yeah.
Long ass night.
With advantage.
With advantage.
Marisha, your theme with children continues.
Yeah. She's not a child.
She is
Right?
not a child.
Wait, what am I doing? Intimidation?
I don't speak in contractions.
14?
Intimidation 14.
She is not a child.
She was like,
There's a rec center, community service.
No, at the Victory Pit. It's in the Pentamarket, probably. I don't know.
Thanks, that's all you had to tell me.
She takes the paper from Yasha and like darts off down the street.
Verbal learner.
I liked her.
I can tell.
I just start yelling out, the 3rd of the Vesran is the end of the harvest.
What? Do we know what day it is
Hide your
today?
kids, hide your wife.
The third of Fesserin is about 5 days away.
5 days away.
There's a victory pit.
So,
Fashion pit on the 3rd of Ezra.
you guys return to the Leaky Tap, and we'll say for the time being, we're going to have a few days of downtime.
Oh.
So, if there's anything specifically you want to do,
Oh my
that's
God.
not story centric.
I need money. I need money.
We should sell some
He
things.
said out of character.
Yeah, sell shit, sign up for the victory pit.
All right, what are you selling?
Oh my God, I need money.
I have a lot of rings. I should see if I can get any good money for some of them.
Yeah, pawn the rings that we have,
Unless there's
maybe.
an opal in there, I'm getting rid of the rings.
None of the rings are gems. They're all base metals.
And
They like the gold and
manacles.
silver.
I have some like fancier rings though
You do
from
if you,
before
if you want to try and knock some, sure.
that were stolen from
Oh, the
your boss.
Yes, he
Oh,
was
that's
the
fine.
competitor.
They're probably fake then.
Son of fools.
They
Anything you took from the circus is anything you took from the circus
Wasn't the
was not
gentleman
real.
supposed to reward us?
No, it was for trade.
It was trade.
Never mind.
Us
While
not
they're-
getting charged for murder.
While they're figuring it out, on one of the days, can I make my way by Ren Sutan's physician's office?
You can do that. What do you want to do at Ren's?
I want to just casually look on the outside, see if it's still in business, see if it's still bustling, or if anything has come their way.
Okay. You spend a little bit of time watching it. It's still a functional physician's practice. People still need a physician. You don't know if it's been. You can't tell from a distant, watch if it's like darkened by the arrest of Lord Sutan, but you can't imagine it's gone well within the family house. But it's still a functional facility. It's still one of the finer places to go for medical purposes. In the
Can I use my mask of many faces and I'll adopt an older face with a gray beard and a dark hood? And can I walk into the physician's office?
Yeah, easily enough. You walk into the main area, and one of the clerks there with the same white robes approaches. Can I help you, sir?
Yes, hello. Is Ren Sutan there?
Oh my god!
Quickly.
Do you what do you require of the
Just
doctor?
get him.
Make a deception check.
Oh, 9.
9. He goes, I'm sorry to bother you there, sir, but he's not in at the moment. But we have a few other clerks that can help you.
You don't want his trouble with Myriad to spill over to you, do you?
His eyes go wide and be like, we have no business with
him now.
What happened to Sean Connery?
I fucking lost it.
Fucking Wall Street never happened. No. I'm a Russian sub commander.
Very well. I'll go fetch him. And he walks past you out of
Do
the.
your best. Losers always whine about their best.
He walks around you and exits the front of the facility and begins walking down the road out of
Down
sight.
the road?
Yeah.
I'll turn and follow him.
All right. Make a perception check.
I cast exploit. 17.
Okay. Beelining straight to the nearest Crown's Guard.
I will turn on my heel and use my mask of many faces to turn into a lovely woman.
All right. A moment later, you watch as 2 Crown's Guard come rushing, blades drawn, behind the clerk who's pointing towards the front of the building, and they just rush past you in the interior and begin to look around.
Wow.
They start going they both split on the inside and going to the different rooms, and it seemed not only did he not believe you, but dropping the name of the Myriad in a public space like that, that's immediate call to the guard for these guys.
I'll make my way back to the leaky.
Okay.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Great to
I
know.
want to scout out the hearth of the Allhammer, the Ravens down in the graveyard, and the Platinum House, and see if there's a lot of guards, or if there's any of those that don't have a lot of guards.
For the most part, the places of worship, they're not very prominent. They're not huge temples. They're kept here out of law that was decided upon, but they're nice. They usually have a handful of Crown's Guard stationed to each, but it's not like they're under intense watch. There aren't a lot of worshippers during certain times of the day.
Is there anyone that seems emptier than other ones?
Of all of them, I would say it would be the Raven's Den, which is at the ossuary gates, which is the vast graveyard of most of the higher rank families of the city. The Matron Raven's temple is the one that's least attended, largely because dealing with death, it's not as bright and welcoming to the common folk.
Right. Could I try to get in there when nobody's in there?
Okay. You wait for a while and see a moment where it seems to be relatively calm. And from the outside of the shrine, it's you see it's this iron and obsidian archway that stretches about 20 feet to frame a small shrine topped with the statue of the matron and her ravens about her. Just this kind of circle of ravens that kind of curves around. You see the female figure standing in stone, the sculpture of the porcelain face. The only material that's not the same as the darkened stone around her. It's a white porcelain mask that is affixed to the front of the statue. And at the base of it, you can see what looks to be a number of bowls and offerings that have been left around from people that have come and passed through. Beyond that, there's a door to the small shrine behind it. So it's the small structure, maybe like 20 feet by 10 feet. It's not a very, very large shrine. And you've seen groups of people that function as morticians in long, dark robes and dark clothing that have entered and exited this facility. You wait for a while as there is what looks to be one body that's being interred at a family plot. And then as they all begin to scatter, you see a few other leave. And at that moment, the interior, from what you can tell, seems to be empty, or at least you've watched 3 individuals leave.
Can I get in my disguise kit and affix a mustache onto her porcelain mask and put a wig on her, and then write across the bottom of it, "The Traveler was here," and leave a pamphlet?
You can certainly try. So,
I want to see as much as I can do in that amount of
all
time
right.
before anybody
Slide a
comes
hand
back.
for the mustache.
Come on.
Oh no.
Great
Off to a good start. Off to a good start. 9.
All right. So as you leap up onto the statue and begin to like go to affix the mustache to it, a voice over by the shrine says, excuse me?
Oh, hello, yes?
You see what looks to be a pale-looking young man, short blonde hair, emerge with a similar dark robe that you didn't see in the inside of the shrine. He goes, could you please, you're not allowed to climb the statue.
There was a smudge on her face, and I know that the people get really pissed when there's stuff on their statues.
I appreciate
I
that.
was trying to clean
Well,
it off for you.
thank you. It's just, it's considered,
I just rubbed my arm across it to try to clean it off.
thank you.
I
Thank
think
you
I
so
got
much.
it, though. Don't worry.
I appreciate that.
I'm just going to sit here and worship her now.
Please
that's
do.
all.
Please, I can pray with you if you like.
Oh, that'd be great.
So he sits down next to you, and you both silently sit there, kind of onto your knees, and begin to pray quietly up to the queen. You watch as one raven kind of just looks down over you both, and then as soon as he looks up and finishes his prayer, and extends his hand for a moment, the raven takes off.
Whoa.
Does that always happen when you pray to this lady?
Not often, but perhaps she smiles upon you.
She does. I know she does, because she likes me so much, because I worship her real good.
All right, well, have a good day. And he gets
You
up.
too.
At this point, the rest of the funeral procession is now returning to the shrine.
Does she have, is there anything to tuck a pamphlet into?
Oh yeah, you can tuck it under any of the various offering bowls and.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
Literally a cadaver that just went in the building. Not to give you ideas.
Yeah, right.
But now you know. Perhaps another time you can come by and try it again.
Yes, I'm going to try some
All right.
other time.
Anything else you guys wish to do over the next few days?
I would like to try some chemical altered states.
Oh God!
It's time to have a good night.
Wait, is this with the shrooms?
Yeah.
Just you alone?
Well,
Wait, what night are you doing this?
probably the celebratory first night.
What time are you starting?
Yeah.
Oh, just before dusk.
I'll join you.
What is
yeah.
the nature of the goods you have?
I have no idea.
It's
Skin.
we bought skein.
Yeah.
No, we bought those magic mushrooms. Wait, is that what
No,
it's
it's a fungal
called?
powder.
It's
called
fungus.
skein.
Hey, Caleb, you want to take a look at the pouch?
Skein, or
I have some.
I've heard now many arguments over the pronunciation. And
That's a real thing? You didn't make it up?
no, the word is a real thing. It's a weaving term.
If I look at this skin, can I
It's
take a guess at what kind of
Skein. It's okay.
what kind of illicit material I'm looking at?
It's a fungus.
Fungus?
You make a medicine check.
Yeah, I have bad experience.
I can do a
with
medicine
fungus.
check. Do you want me to look at it?
Medicine, you say?
Yes.
That is a 13.
It looks to be a fungus with some sort of a property to it.
Yeah, I don't have good association with that. You take that back.
There's only enough for 2 other people to take it. So.
Yeah.
Well, I have mine.
And
then you
I
bought some
love-
too, right?
I'm holding it in my fucking hand.
Okay.
Don't you see
So
it?
wait, how much is that?
That's enough.
Bought a few doses.
I'm not going to take it. I was just
Can you-
letting you know
you-
I'm
you-
buying it.
Oh, well, here.
Did you want to?
I always
I thought we might,
partake, but
drop it off
I
on
bought
some
a-
poor.
I mean, we
yeah,
could
probably.
poison somebody later. That would be fun.
Well, it's a little late because I already took mine, so I'm just waiting to see what else is coming with it.
All right.
When Bo hears that, she just goes,
All right. So 2 of them have taken it.
And whoever's sober, keep us out of trouble.
Yasha. Well, there's something I need to go do. You guys get
Yeah,
started.
no, Yasha, no, you always do this. No!
Somehow she knows you always do this.
I know, but I always take it and I never feel anything. But, it's fine.
Where do you go, Yasha?
All right. So
I'm excited.
The 2 of you that have ingested the skein.
Yes.
10 minutes pass.
Yeah.
And the edges of your vision begin to cloud. And as you sit for a moment, your body begins to feel a bit weird. Kind of nausea creeps in a bit. And then, like, it looks almost like a very faint snow of dust in your vicinity just begins to kind of like, the Upside Down, where you just like kind of that kind of weird material that's kind of floating around.
Like when
A little bit.
Nothing good happens there.
Only for about 10 feet out to you. And like it's just like a 10-foot area around you. And the coloration of your vision in this area becomes almost like a gray, colorless, black, white, and gray tone vision. I need you both to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, yeah.
This sucks.
Can I look at the stuff? Can I inspect it and see what's going on?
Wisdom saving throw? 15.
15, okay.
I'm gonna say, don't fuck me, Gil. Oh, okay. Just wisdom saving throw?
Yes.
17.
17, okay. The effects of it, you resist the hour-long stun it would have held you in, as it is not a healthy thing to ingest under any circumstances.
that.
It is a very dangerous substance. But for the duration, the 2 of you concede into the ethereal plane out to 10 feet.
I'm going walking.
Wait, what?
Who wants to go to a cemetery right now?
Wait, it takes them to the ethereal plane?
They can see into the ethereal plane out to a range of 10 feet.
I'm gonna put on my least interesting
tight.
cloak, and I'm gonna go find myself a cemetery.
Ooh, I flipped my blue cloak inside out to the brown side.
I don't know where they're going, but I think we got to babysit them.
How do you feel? Do you see anything? Is it interesting?
I think it kind of sucks.
We're gonna work on it, though.
But
Are you guys going on a walk?
It's not quite like that.
But you can see really cool things. Yeah.
As this happens, you watch as this translucent-looking, almost piranha-faced serpent kind of scoot by this kind of ghastly-looking, almost anglerfish-looking kind of creature, kind of like.
Hey, Steve.
I'm going for a walk.
All right.
Molly, how long does this last?
I have no idea.
Am I gonna be like forever?
Is this the?
This is it. This is the rest of our lives.
Are we saying this is night 1 of a couple of days of piddling around?
Yeah.
I thought this was the first night, and
Yeah, this is
this
night
was
one.
our
Yeah.
celebratory night.
Yeah, this is more of a downtime period, so I'm trying to get through events.
I'm grabbing a little drink downstairs, and then I'm gonna go find myself. I'm gonna walk in whatever direction seems the most interesting shit outside is.
All right,
I
you go with
just
them?
joined Molly.
I'm
guys.
babysitting them.
I'm gonna
All right.
follow behind and just throw pebbles at them from behind.
In the best interest of keeping a low profile for the next few days, you both wander out into the city streets, altered on.
Hoods and our boring cloaks.
Right,
Boring cloaks.
right. So as you guys begin to wander through the Interstead sprawl, once again, strange shapes pass through your peripheral. This occasionally hear this like chattering and distant chuckling, this kind of weird alien laughter. This seems almost like drifting spiritual energy that kind of freezes your blood as you kind of pass by. It's a really uncomfortable sensation. For about an hour or so, you just kind of wander in this space. At the end of the hour, you need you both make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
Glad I got another pouch of this stuff. Could come in handy.
This could come in handy.
Just a saving throw.
18.
Yeah.
20.
You feel your body begin to grow woozy, and for a second, you feel like you're about to black out and pass out. But you kind of catch yourself, and the sensation passes. Your vision returns to normal, and it has run its course. You didn't discern or learn much, and you feel exhausted. Your body is pretty strained by the process.
Drink in a bathhouse?
I've got such cotton mouth.
You know, it just occurred to me.
What?
I didn't have a childhood. I've never said that out loud to someone before.
What happens if you have a childhood, but it's like barely a childhood because it was supposed to be someone else's childhood, but it was you instead? Is that a childhood?
What happened to you?
Yeah.
we're-
bubbles in the
We're
brain.
following behind you guys. We're right here.
Let's get you to the bathhouse.
We are
You-
right here.
You were eating dirt about 10 minutes ago. It said it was snow.
Is that why I have cotton mouth?
Yeah, it's just
Oh,
you got a
God
big,
damn it.
just a big mud
Oh.
goatee.
I'm so proud of you. You did
Well,
so well.
I saw this goat man and he told me it was like, just don't eat the yellow snow and you'd be okay.
You get the essence, being one who's in tune with your body, and you as well, that this is definitely not a safe substance.
This is definitely not a safe substance.
Oh, I know.
It may have, with the right scenarios, some situationally beneficial properties.
I
but
still have half a dose. I think it'd be real funny to plant it on somebody and get them busted later.
crumbles?
It's like a crumbled,
still have
dry, almost like a spongy. Yeah.
You guys look
Sporty.
like idiots. Just so you know.
Shall we get you cleaned up?
We need to get not cleaned up too.
Oh, yeah.
Cleaned up?
Yeah, not covered in ash.
Everybody, let's take a bath.
All right, you guys.
Have tried to find any information on the conflict on the Jorhas border.
Make an investigation check.
Oh, she's like doing
Why are you
real
so
shit.
interested, huh?
Yeah,
huh?
I have shit to
huh?
do as well. Party animals.
Don't judge me.
I judge you heavily.
Like, you're not the best at gathering information. Maybe maybe it's
talk
the
to people.
yeah. Tell me what you know.
Who are you?
Fred. Yeah, this.
Tell me.
You don't glean a lot of details, and most folks tend to just steer clear and kind of walk to the other side of the road when they see you coming.
Fair enough.
But what you do get to hear is that because there is amongst the Ashkeeper peaks, the mountains that largely border the south and eastern side of the empire, to the north there is that break, and that's where the Ashgard garrison is and the Rockguard garrison. And that's where most of the battle takes place. That's the protection border between that the Empire holds to keep the Jorhasian hordes and creatures from the waste to wander in, although many still filter through the mountains and such. But apparently there's been rise in conflict out there. Assaults on the garrisons, yeah, like northeast of where you are. Further east, more like east a little bit north. You have a map. You can look. You guys bought a map.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to see this map? You're not with me.
This looks just.
I mean, this is an entire 3-day
Yeah,
weekend.
this is throughout a week. So if you
want,
wanted to pull the map out,
yeah, pull it out, whip it out.
I don't know where you guys put the map. You have a physical map.
Yeah, whip it out and shove it in his hand.
It's over there somewhere.
Go get it, or somebody other than the pregnant woman go get it.
Do it for fun. No, it's not as fun.
That's true.
She's fine.
All right.
Yeah, she's got to walk.
We
You
have
gotta
two
walk.
She's pregnant.
Constantly
She's
walk.
not dead.
Correct. But yeah, it's the conflict has been more common. There's been assaults in the garrison. It seems that similar to what you heard wandering through the street before, there have been more and more whispers of children being stolen in the night from homesteads close to the border.
I found the map, you guys. I had it somewhere safe.
So to the east, you can see the garrisons
Ooh.
and the gap that leads into the Jorhasian side.
This is the Jorah side.
Oh, yeah, look at that. I don't think I've ever been there before.
Ooh, the Broken Veil Bluffs look scary.
So, anything else you guys want to do?
So I have just enough ink and paper to learn one spell in the big pile of spells that I have right now. So I'm adding a low-level one.
Okay.
But I am penniless and I need to.
I will gladly give you money, but first, I'm gonna cast Disguise Self, and turn myself into looking just like a normal, like a halfling little girl, and spend just an hour at a cafe, just having a lunch.
Okay.
And just being a normal person.
And then after that, I'm gonna go. And is there any place, if I investigate for a while, is there any place or service or person or anything that can send a package long distance safely? Money being no object.
There are a few facilities in which there is a parcel system that travels between the larger cities and can go to outskirts cities, but those are a little more expensive. So yeah, that does exist.
How much to get a package to Felderwin?
To Felderwin, how big a package? For a week's worth of travel, it'll cost you about
It's pretty close.
5 gold, not too much.
5 gold.
Yeah. It's like a fairly upper end system to send a package.
Pretty good, actually. That's cheap.
For you guys, yeah. For the average person, it's not cheap.
I'll go.
10 games ago, though.
I'll pay for rush delivery.
There is no rush delivery. They can only go by the speed of
I'll
horse.
get insurance.
Okay.
Certified.
Yeah.
Signature required.
You have tracking number included. It's fine.
Yes, thank you. I'll write a note and I'll put in various items.
Okay.
Like what?
Bunch of buttons.
All
All the rings. Doorknob. Brass baby bottle.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
All the ball bearings.
All right.
And the 2 bracelets.
Okay. Alrighty. And I think I know where you're sending it. So. Alrighty.
And some money.
Okay. How much?
50.
50 gold. Alrighty. So you assemble this package, wrap it up. I imagine disguise yourself once more, and paying 5 gold for delivery, the parcel is sent and on its way to Felderwin.
Great.
Alrighty. Anybody else?
Well, a couple of things. So I need more ink and paper, the kind to transcribe spells, and but before I get to that, and before they go off on their drug party,
party.
Yes, before Jester goes.
Not a party.
Bad idea.
Yeah, bad idea.
It has only been a short amount of time, but I am thinking, and I will be very careful with the bag.
Are you coming on to me?
I was going to ask if I could hold the haversack and its contents for a day so that I could better inspect and understand the thing
Why
we are
don't you do
carrying.
that? It's pink.
Not the bag.
It's mine.
Not
I
the
paid
bag.
for it.
I understand that. I don't want to keep the bag. I just want to have it before you go off to do, I don't know, maybe you're going on a tour or something,
I'm
but
not going to do anything. Do
that
you want
is-
to hang out with me and then you can look in the bag with me?
I would. Aren't you about to go out with them? You told me you were leaving.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, all right. I would love to inspect our special package and try to understand it better if you want to be present for
There's
that.
a lot of people that inspect their special packages. You get to know yourself real good, Caleb.
So I know you're going to drag me over the coals for this request, and that is fine. I would like the dungeon master to fast forward to the part where you tell me if you will allow me to inspect the contents of this haversack.
Yeah. You want to look at it?
But do you want to do this together?
Yeah. I'll hang out with you. I really want to see it too.
But on a different night, maybe tomorrow night, because you just told me you were about to go out with Molly and...
Then maybe I'll keep it now and then I'll come back tomorrow night and we'll do this again.
Just inspect what's in the bag.
Packages and
Just-
everything like that. I leave to go on to watch them while they
She leaves. And I look to the mirror in my room and I'm like red-faced. And I just stare at myself, like dead expression for like a good 30 seconds. And then I find out.
Okay.
I'll go see you again tomorrow. I'll come back. Hey, okay, do you want to check this out now?
Well, you're back. Oh, no, wait a second. I'm talking to Not in this part of the day.
This day, one night.
Yeah, we'll come back. All right, so you find Nut.
Oh, I'm really blushing. How much disposable income do you have at the moment?
Disposable?
Yeah.
I have 285 gold and therefore disposable 280.
Would you possibly loan me 200 gold?
Here's 280 gold.
You need 50 still to send in your package.
Already done.
How much money did you have?
I don't think I need that much. That is very...
Give me the change when you're done spending.
I will give you the change.
Sure.
Thank you, friend.
Sure.
I will pay you back.
Fine. Or not.
Thank you for teaching me how to, and I pull out the wire and back up 20 feet across the room. Whisper, teaching me this spell. You can reply to this message.
You're welcome, young Padawan.
You know, the thing about it for us is we can just
You have to cast it again.
No, we can go back and forth over and over again, just
you're
you
right.
and me.
You're right. It's like
endless.
It's forever.
For
it's
the
a little muffled.
For the other Dumkoffs, it's only they can say one thing back, but you and I, we can just keep going.
This is really good.
Yeah.
I can also hear you across the room, though.
I know, I understand, but just for demonstration purposes.
Sure,
but
sure.
Anyway, thank you.
Good job. Over and out.
And I will go to Mr. Soul's establishment. That's the sound the door makes when you enter Pumat's store.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Where are you going?
To Pumat's to buy ink and paper.
Easy enough to do. You go ahead and purchase enough materials as you need to get your spells there transcribed. So good on you.
Yeah, thank you. And I buy 200 gold worth, and I bring not the 85 gold change.
Sure enough. Alrighty.
May I sell my other sword?
You may. It's not going to fetch you too much because it's seen a lot of use. But
I sharpen it. It's so sharp. I sharpen it every night.
That's wonderful. And I think in the long run that'll be a very useful feature. But it's also not that uncommon of an object. So
But it's touched by the moon.
yeah. And I'm touched by the sun every morning. I'll happily give you 30 gold pieces for that sword, if you don't mind.
But I paid all of my money for this, and it was so much more than that.
Well, that's the nature of business, I'm afraid. Make a persuasion check if you want.
Okay.
You pity.
You can do
your
it.
persuasion pity roll.
Come on. Yeah, 85.
No, it was 80. 11?
11. All of your money.
Yeah. It actually was.
I'll take it off your hands for 40.
Yeah, okay.
All right. We'll find a good home for it. I trust you on that.
Okay, thank you, Pumat.
No problem.
Always remember your first one.
It wasn't my first one.
Alrighty.
Is my flask done?
Your flask is done.
Yes.
A flask of endless alcohol.
I don't. That's not an item on D&D Beyond.
No, but it'll be an item on your person tomorrow when I get in there to customize it. Yes. So yeah, I'll be waiting for you.
I'll wake up in the morning early after my drug hangover and make my way quietly to the cold.
Quite a headache.
Quite a headache. Coffee, the bacon that I had in my pocket from yesterday.
Pocket bacon. That's the best kind.
And head to the Cobalt Reserve.
Cobalt Reserve is
the
on
Cobalt
Tal'Dorei.
Soul branch.
Alrighty.
Is a dash.
So you head to the archive.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would you like to do?
See if I can find Dyron.
All right. You ask around for a bit. Some of the various monks recognize you upon entry, and they greet you with an acknowledging nod. You didn't make a lot of friends while you were here, of course.
Sup?
However, you do come across Archivist Xenoth, who, as you're asking the question, one of the monks sends you over to Xenoth and goes, "Oh, Beauregard, it's good to see you. How may we help you?
Is Darren in?
I can go and inquire. Are you here for
Yeah.
more training?
Just find Darren. Thank you.
He kind of looks genuinely spooked by the smile and is like, that's something. Yeah, manners, that's new. I'm proud of...
Just go find Darren.
Right, all right. And he turns around and ascends up one of the slowly curving staircases that is kind of carved through one of the bookshelves. Like you see like this kind of like a bookshelf that ends and then a further depth in, and there's a staircase that kind of rides up to the top, and there's a second level above. He's gone for about 15 or so minutes, and then eventually descends the stairs, and from behind you can see Dairon, her dark skin over the shoulders kind of draped in these long kind of cloak vest, similar to the raiments that you wear, but with a deep gray and kind of her at-home wear. As she steps down, her elvish features kind of smiling, their eyes kind of taking acknowledgement of your presence, approaches you. So, you have called for me.
Talking private?
Of course. This way. And Dairon walks past. Xenoth goes, it was good to see you, Beauregard.
Bye, Xenoth. Not Darren.
Dairon leads you to one of the meeting chambers, which is usually used for research and for individuals that want to quietly read through books or take notes. Dairon closes the door behind, and it's just the two of you. So, what are the honors?
Just want to let you know I'm in town.
Good.
Been busy.
I've heard. You've
Really?
seem to be making a small name for yourself with your friends.
Is that good or bad?
I don't know, is it?
I don't know, it's hard to read you.
Good. I've worked hard to not be easy to read. I'll
like
tell you one thing. Being invisible can get you in some doors that otherwise you could not. But notoriety can get you in the doors that you couldn't otherwise as well. Either path has its benefits. The choice is yours, which to take.
You don't think the two could be mutually exclusive? Or
If you're
best of both worlds?
With enough training and discipline, maybe. Two things, unfortunately, you lack.
Hey!
But in time, perhaps. So, why are you here? Just to tell me you're in town?
No, I mean, just that I'm back and I'm dedicated. I figure showing up would be good, you know?
That is good. I'm proud of you. Do you wish to train?
Do you have time?
I always have time.
My kind of woman. Let's go.
All right. And Dairon leads you out of the chamber and down below the archive, where, as you recall, is the subterranean training boxes for the monks, in which you have sand pits. You have all sorts of assembled, essentially, the word escapes me, a series of things you have to climb on. Thank you. An obstacle course, essentially. My brain is not working right now in the moment. Obstacle courses and places that are designed to help you gain more skill in advancing through urban and exterior vicinities. So it looks kind of like a parkour park a little bit, but not. But there in that space, you and Dairon spend the better part of the afternoon. Her essentially beating the shit out of you via these courses,
Into it?
showing you some better placement of your applications of extract aspects, hearing tales about the things you've encountered, and teaching you the importance of the specific bits of information that are most useful in the heat of battle. Advancing this training and giving you a little more focused idea of the path that you have been taking and the path that you are going.
I tell her about the Shorhassian spies and the terrorists that we encountered. Does she seem like she knew that knowledge or not?
She knew that they had come through. She seems to be caught off guard that you had actually encountered them directly. And Dairon says, interesting. I will take this into my studies.
They said they were looking for an artifact. Something that the wizards here had stolen. Something that they said furthered their bloodline and made sure that they furthered their population. I don't know. Do you know anything about it?
Dairon goes from this very cold exterior, and for the first moment, you see just a burst, like a brief crack of emotion. She leans in. Whatever those things told you, do not trust it. Do not take it as anything but desire to conquer and kill.
Why else would they attack the tower if they weren't looking for something specific?
Oh, I'm sure they were looking for something. But do not show pity for these things.
I never said I showed pity. I just wanted to know what the hell this artifact was that they were after. Figured you here at the Cobalt Soul might know.
Unfortunately, the detailed business of the Cerberus Assembly is very carefully guarded and outside of our jurisdiction. But we're doing our best to keep an eye in case anything slips through the cracks. They do a lot of good. But I don't trust a mage that powerful.
We wouldn't have any records on some Jurassian artifact that apparently keeps them alive.
None that I've come across.
All right.
Keep your ear out.
I will.
If you encounter another one of these things, these objects, or at worst, another one of these cricks, bring what it has, bring it to us.
All right. Thank you, Darren.
Of course. I may not be here in a month or so.
What?
I'm going to travel to Blade Garden, see what I can gather on the front lines. With these conflicts escalating, I wish to be informed as to who's in charge there and perhaps what dangers might be creeping further into the Empire.
Blood Garden on the northeast side?
Blade Garden is just outside of where the garrisons are, yes. It's where most of the main military is held.
Well, still have a lot of training, so come back alive, I guess.
I've survived long enough. Anyway, one more round of sparring?
Sure.
And with that, you and Dairon continue to just trade blows and continue the lessons throughout the day.
That's awesome. I want to do that obstacle course.
I go back.
Get my ass
Join the
kicked.
rest. Join the
Alrighty.
rest.
So, anything else anyone wants to do?
Yeah, I go knocking on this door the next night.
I buy all that ink and paper, and I spend the rest of that day learning a small handful of new spells.
Alrighty.
Which are in the Rolodex now. And then the next night. Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Are you coming in? Come in, it's open.
Oh.
This is nighttime.
At this point, sure.
I'm definitely in the room.
Yeah.
Hello, Caleb. Hello, Nut.
Hi.
Caleb and I have a date to talk about his special package.
Do you need some privacy?
No, we're good. I open up the haversack and pull out the box.
We are going to attempt to examine the football, as it were. You can remain if you like. Are you curious yourself?
Sure. Yeah, you might need me to heal you.
To the oh, that's a good idea. You know, to the best of my knowledge, this is, and it's limited. This is a very powerful thing, and we are taking a risk,
Okay.
but one that I think is worthwhile.
Okay.
Are you still game?
Yes.
All right. So we put the lead box on the floor.
Yes. All right.
Let's leave it in the lead box, but we'll lift the lid.
That's probably good because people are still looking for it, probably.
going to
So
do
it's
this.
probably stupid that we're even fucking with it right now.
It is a calculated risk, and we're going to do this. We're not going to take a lot of time.
Okay.
It's nice that you guys are talking about your limitations and setting expectations before you go into this together. There's some sort of word that you need, like a safe thing.
The safe word is fjord.
Fjord.
So if shit goes pear-shaped,
All right.
and one of us says fjord,
Am I?
yes, fjord.
One.
Sure.
Yes. Are you going to go all like while you look at it, or are you going to be normal?
Truthfully, I have no idea.
Okay, cool.
You game?
Totally gay.
So I am not coming on to you, but will you hold my hand while we do this? That way, if we, I cannot even look at you. I cannot believe I am doing this experiment with you. Let's not cover the camera. And let's examine it together. And if we go to the Nine Hells or something, at least we'll be there together in theory.
Okay.
Okay. We are going to look at this thing.
Both of you or just you?
I don't know. I'm looking at it.
I'm looking at Caleb.
I am looking at the touch.
All right. As you focus on the strange artifact, concentrating on it, you feel your vision drawn towards it. And like part of you feels like your body is leaning forward, like you're about to hit your forehead on it, but Caleb hasn't moved at all.
Oh, okay.
Caleb hasn't moved, but just from your perspective, you feel like, and then suddenly you feel like you're within the dodecahedron. And just like previously, suddenly there's this loss of light and stars begin to peek out around you. You see shapes and forms of purples and blues, these kind of amorphous clouds that drift by on a scale that you cannot comprehend. You see darkened spheres and objects kind of passing you as you drift into nothing, into this void with distant dots of light and sparkle. You get to that point you were before where you feel like there's a threshold and your heart begins to race. Do you continue? Okay.
I've got his hand.
As you continue past that threshold, the speed begins to increase. You feel the back of your neck begin to grow warm and the hair begin to stand up. While you cannot see, you can still sense your body presence, unmoving but moving so quickly. This dual sensation is conflicting and causing your heart rate to jump. Your breathing begins to speed up. You guys watch his breathing begin to increase, and then there you see this faint gray glow approach and stop. Your speed comes to a slow crawl and then halts. And there before you, you see this tiny little mote of gray pulsing light, a similar undulating pulse as the dodecahedron itself. Ooh. 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 Before you. What do you do?
What do you do?
Do you know if it's achievable?
No response. It looks like it's right there, but a foot in front of you.
And there's nothing about it that is sensible or familiar. It's totally alien to me.
It is immediacy and forever. It is an ancient concept of possibility. As you ask these questions and begin to contemplate, the loop of your thought process begins to cycle on itself, and you have to shake your head not to be lost in this kind of infinity that threatens to suddenly disperse you. And still it is, this tiny gray thing before you, and it seems to, like, want your contact. You look down and you can see your hand in front of you.
Father and Mother. I hope I do not let you down.
As you reach out and touch, you guys watch as this...
Did we hear what we hear? Did we hear him talking?
You hear him talking. Okay. You see a faint mote of gray begin to drift out of the dodecahedron, and then just kind of, it floats and just enters and vanishes into the chest of Caleb.
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Caleb, you feel this tiny mote come into your hand, and then you pull it to your chest, and you feel this warmth, and for a second, probability becomes slightly malleable. And this object is still so much more than what you understand. Its power is indecipherable on the scale of your puny mortal knowledge. But you do know that somehow by reaching out to this device, you've managed to pull within yourself a fragment of possibility.
What does it mean? Fragment of possibility.
It means he's lucky again.
It's like he has the luck feet all over again.
And just so you guys know, well, he'll tell you when he gets around.
No, he won't. He'll never tell us.
Oh, come on, dish.
That's up to him to tell in the story.
It's a big paper. Let me read it.
Yeah. And then
Did we get it too because we were holding his hand?
No. But the moment that enters his chest, Caleb pulls his hand from you. Caleb, your eyes adjust, and you're back in the room with your friends.
Caleb, are you okay? You went skinky doodle for a second. Are you all right? Hello? Hello, wild mount to Caleb.
Wide-eyed and not responding.
We can't speak anymore. He's forgotten.
Caleb, we heard you talking though. Are you okay? Caleb.
Ein, zwei, drei. He's forgotten all language.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro.
I'm literally trying to read this and failing because of my friends.
Quick, make out with him. It's true love's kiss is the only thing that will bring him back.
I think he seems like he's pretty okay.
Just make out with him.
I don't know.
Focus past the distractions.
You could just tell us.
Just like working in this
You
office.
could read
focus
it out
past the
loud,
distractions.
you know.
No.
What's it say?
Never. Tell us.
Matthew.
Player privilege, unfortunately. He's the one that looked into it.
That's not a thing.
If he doesn't tell you soon, I'll tell you, but
That's your right. I literally still don't know what it does because everyone is talking constantly.
If you read it out loud, then we'll shut up.
Yeah, we'll share in this adventure
That's
with
right.
you.
That's
true. We can all be a
The
team.
dodecahedron of gray, faintly glowing crystal is heavier than it appears. This is peer pressure. A set of handles are affixed to the sides and it undulates to the touch. That's all you get. If a hand is placed on the artifact and concentrated on for 1 minute, the bearer is granted a fragment of possibility. A fragment lasts for 8 hours or until used. A fragment cannot be granted again until the next dawn. After a creature with a fragment of possibility makes an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, they can expend their fragment to roll an additional d20 and choose which of the rolls is used for the attack
so
roll.
once per day can grant one in person a luck point.
So we can
essentially.
pass it around.
Alternately, after an attack roll is made against the creature, they can expend their fragment of possibility to roll an additional d20 to see if the attacker hits.
But you're like chipping away at it like an
It is
ice
like
sculpture?
1 luck.
No.
That lasts for 8 hours.
It grants you this mote of energy when you touch it.
We could literally, each of us, every day, we could pass it to a different person, and then we could concentrate on it, and then we could have the fragment.
Am I able to tell if that is correct?
The fragment only lasts for 8 hours.
Yeah.
And you can only give out 1 fragment per day. So.
But any one of us.
But any one of you
time.
could do it.
It can only grant this gift once a day to one of us.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
So it can be the same person every
That's-
day, or it could be a different person. It gives you the chance that this can be used by anybody in your group.
That's
Okay, so I absent-mindedly babble about what I think this thing can do. It's very incoherent.
Why were you talking about your mom and your dad, though? Was that a weird question? Should I not ask that?
I mean, it
Was
was on my mind, but I wasn't going to bring it up.
Well, what do you mean?
You said, Mom and Dad, I hope that it make you proud.
Oh, don't disappoint me.
And I don't disappoint you and stuff. And also, gee whiz, I should probably take baths more often.
That was not that part.
We were going to say that, and then the gray thing went into you.
Okay.
And you said, "Oh, I wish I could share my problems with my friends."
Yeah, that's what you're saying. I remember hearing that part.
You guys. And what? That is a very common sentiment. Isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
If you ever want to talk about it, you can just come to us.
Good to know.
We're super good at talking, both of us.
That is true. For both of you. And
Tomorrow I want the thingy, okay?
the thing you want to...
The dodeca.
Well, you are in possession of it for the most part. I said I just wanted to have a look at it.
You're right, I am.
Well, we can take turns with it, yeah? Yes. We will just decide.
We don't have to tell the others about this, do we? I mean, we're supposed to be a team, but...
Oh, by the way, I shut the lead
Yes.
cover on the
Right,
thing.
close it.
And let's put it back in.
Oh my god! Sir, what if, now that the gray thing is in you, the wizards in town will be able to sense you?
What? Why would that? No.
Maybe you should be in the lead case now.
And that's not how that works.
Are you sure, though?
I am sure, yeah. Also, with the knowledge that I have and everything that just happened, am I aware the gray moat that went inside me, would I know, does that limit this thing's ability to me or no?
What do you mean?
Well, in the description,
Right.
DM, you said this gray moat went poof into Caleb.
Correct.
Not into them.
Correct.
Can anyone use this thing?
Anyone can use it.
Good. All right,
So
just
the
checking.
next day, the gray thing will go in someone
it will
else.
just right. It's like the little, when you're learning lyrics for karaoke, and the little thing bounces
Bounces.
along. Yeah, it'll
We
bounce to
all
you,
know
to me.
what that experience
Yes.
is like.
Yeah, I think this is a very potent thing, and we can use it to do a lot of good.
Sweet.
Not in the heat of the moment to try to hit, a knoll in the face with something, but when we are really trying to figure something out or do the unachievable.
Or if, like, we really want to put a mustache on a fucking statue.
You need extra luck for that.
That's a good hypothetical.
Yeah, just in case you ever wanted to do that.
Can I just say, real quick before we adjourn,
Yeah.
there was something that you were reluctant to do because of your own personal fears, and you entrusted Jester to inspire you to do something that was possibly uncomfortable for you, and it worked out great. And I think that moving forward, if you want to just go for it, as long as you have trusted friends with you, then that would be a good option to do.
That was a lot of advice. I mean, it is no secret that I like these people. So, we're in good company.
Yeah,
This is working out. You are capable. And, oh dear. I'm going to go to bed now.
Your son is just the cutest.
My son.
All right. As the evening
Definitely heard that. That is awkward and weird and makes no sense. But I will. Oh, this is my room. You have to go to your room.
Okay, well, good night then.
Good night.
as the evening draws
Good
to a
night,
close.
Kayla.
Not weird.
If you need anything, I'll just
Get
stay
out,
in
just
another
go, just
room.
leave.
All right. So, the following day, through your various low-key journeys, you catch another town crier wandering through the town, shouting, "Murderers of the High Richter brought to justice! Are the Crown's protective eyes and ashes free from these treacherous cutthroats?"
Who was it?
Who was it?
Who killed her?
I don't know! I'm just told to tell this!
What does it say?
It's all it says again!
This is the next morning?
It's the next morning.
Yeah.
Why don't they give you more information? Just a headline, there's nothing else.
And over the next few days, the Crown's Guard and the Righteous Brand, which is the name of the military of the Empire, the presence at the gates of Zadash has dwindled to normal. The backed up caravans and travelers begin to wash into the city once more in preparation for the Harvest Close Festival, now only but a few days away. You watch as strands of linen, all the colors of autumn, are affixed between street arches and lantern poles. A celebratory display, far less fancy, but more widespread than the Harvest Close Gala not but a week before in the Tri-Spires. And that's where we're going to pick up next week. Going to pick up at the Harvest Close Festival.
Yes.
So.
Yes. Skydive, baby. Skydive. Oh, shit.
Wow.
What is it called? It's a...
The moat of possibility.
Fragment of possibility.
Moat of possibility.
Well done, guys.
I'm gonna. No, you should hold on to this because you got the haversack.
That's true. You have the haversack.
You got the haversack.
Wow.
Look at.
Alrighty, so I'll go ahead and I'll get those custom items over to your guys' inventory on D&D Beyond tomorrow. We'll come back next week for a Harvest Close Festival. We get to have a festival, guys.
Those always go well.
Those always go well. It's gonna be great.
Sure, nobody will be murdered. Nothing will be destroyed or
Did we
raped.
do the winter festival at our home game?
Oh man, that's up to you guys. You are more than welcome to.
We'll plan.
It's Harvest Close, so it's the end of autumn. All the colors are like reds, golds, browns, tans, yellows.
Oktoberfest. It's Oktoberfest.
Yeah.
So wait, do we just come in like the Ren Fair gear
We'll
that we
figure it
own?
out. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
We'll start a brand new text thread.
Alrighty.
Later, Hosen.
Indeed.
I own some really nice later.
You do. I was with you when you bought them. The ones that.
Ist das
nicht ein
Unlock? Ja.
Oh, no, that's the other pair.
Oh, what a shot.
That's the other pair.
We're gonna try this.
The ones that I used.
Wow.
Only him.
That was fun, you guys.
Alrighty. Well, we'll pick up next week. We missed everybody who were out watching Avengers: Infinity War, but we're also jealous because we didn't see it tonight. But see it tomorrow. Excited about that. But thank you for joining us. Hope you had a good time. We love you guys. We'll see you next week. And is it Thursday yet? Good night.